As December deepened, the grounds of Hogwarts transformed into a frozen wonderland. Snow clung to every parapet, and icicles as long as broomsticks hung from the high windows. The lake had iced over completely, smooth and reflective as a polished mirror. Even the Whomping Willow stood still, its limbs stiff with frost. The air was sharp and silver with cold, and inside the castle, the fireplaces roared constantly. Yet the chill of winter did little to cool the feverish excitement building among the students. The Yule Ball was approaching. A tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, the Yule Ball was more than just a dance, it was a pageant, a spectacle, a rare invitation for students to indulge in a night of formality, fantasy, and carefully curated appearances. For many, it was an opportunity to dazzle. For Harry Potter, it was a problem. In this video, the story descends into deeper shadows as Harry uncovers buried truths about betrayal, legacy, and the weight of prophecy. The return of Voldemort shakes the magical world, and the innocence of youth gives way to the harsh reality of war, secrecy, and loss. These chapters reveal that the greatest threats aren't just monsters in the dark, they are hidden in bloodlines, institutions, and within the very people Harry once trusted most. Drop a like and let's get started. The champions were required to attend, and worse, required to open the event with the first dance. This, Harry had not anticipated. The concept of facing dragons and diving into lakes sat more easily in his mind than navigating a polished floor in front of hundreds of peers, expected to waltz as though it came naturally. He needed a partner. And quickly. But every time he tried to ask someone, the words dissolved. His courage, which had met Hungarian Horntails without flinching, crumbled in the face of awkward silences and sideways glances. Ron, equally flustered, offered no help. Though they had begun speaking again, slowly, cautiously. Their friendship remained slightly bruised, like a bone not yet fully healed. Hermione, however, remained inscrutable. Just ask someone, she told them both, one evening in the common room, eyes buried in a book. People like being asked. And if you leave it too long, they'll be gone. Ron muttered something under his breath that Harry didn't catch. Eventually, Harry gathered enough nerve to ask Cho Chang. She was kind. She smiled. But she had already said yes to Cedric Diggory. The rejection stung more than Harry expected. Ron fared no better, attempting to ask Fleur Delica, only to retreat mid-sentence, red-faced and tripping over his own name. By the time they turned, out of desperation, to Parvati Patil, she agreed, provided her twin, Padma, could come with Ron. Problem solved. But not well. Christmas Eve arrived. The Great Hall had never looked grander. The usual floating candles had been replaced by crystal globes that glowed soft gold and silver. The ceiling glittered with enchanted snowfall that melted before it touched the floor. Evergreen garlands hung from the pillars, threaded with white roses and icicles that refracted the light like diamonds. The house tables were gone, replaced by dozens of smaller, round tables set for four. At the front of the room, a dais had been erected, upon which sat the champions and their partners, along with the tournament judges. Harry wore deep green dress robes, uncomfortable, unfamiliar, and tried not to shift too much under their weight. Parvati looked radiant in robes of shocking pink, adorned with silver thread. Fleur dazzled in shimmering silver. Krum, stiffer than usual, was surprisingly at ease beside Hermione, who appeared transformed. Her normally bushy hair was sleek and twisted elegantly, and her periwinkle blue dress robe shimmered as she moved. She smiled, and for a moment, Harry barely recognized her. Ron definitely didn't. He gaped for so long he nearly forgot to sit down. Hermione sat beside Victor, serene and unbothered. Ron, by contrast, burned scarlet. The dinner was lavish: lamb, salmon, roast potatoes, and bubbling pumpkin fizz. Plates refilled themselves. Plates vanished at a gesture. Conversation flowed around the hall like music, though at the champions' table, it stumbled in places. Ron refused to speak to Krum. Hermione ignored Ron. Harry tried to pretend he didn't notice either of them. Then came the dance. Harry led Parvati onto the floor, feeling as though he were being led to the guillotine. The music, slow, melodic, was a far cry from the chaotic Quidditch energy he preferred. His steps were uneven. He trod on her toes more than once. Still, they made it through the opening number without catastrophe. Afterward, other students joined the floor. The tension eased. Fred and Angelina spun with practiced grace. Neville flailed happily with Ginny, both laughing. Even Professor McGonagall allowed herself a quiet sway with Dumbledore. The evening bloomed. Later, a band called the Weird Sisters took the stage, bagpipes, drums, and spell-enhanced instruments erupting into something loud and strange and utterly magical. Students flooded the floor. Laughter returned. Even the professors seemed content to step back and let chaos reign. Harry sat with Ron off to the side, both of them drinking butterbeer and watching Hermione laugh at something Krum whispered in her ear. "She's not supposed to be enjoying herself that much," Ron muttered. Harry didn't reply. Because he saw now, clearly, what had been brewing. Not just jealousy, but confusion. Feelings neither of them had been prepared for. And somehow, that made the ball feel more dangerous than dragons. Afterward, the snow outside had begun to fall in thick, gentle waves. Harry walked back toward Gryffindor Tower alone. The dance had passed. The pressure of expectation had lifted, for now. But as he reached the steps, his thoughts turned again to the tournament. To the egg. To the lake. And to the person, the hidden hand, who had placed him in the center of this game. The Yule Ball had been a night of music and mirth, but beneath the beauty, something darker stirred. Because while students danced, plots moved. And soon, they would surface. Winter did not loosen its grip on Hogwarts. The castle remained rimed in frost, and the Black Lake, frozen at its edges, glinted like obsidian beneath the thin January sun. Only the ever-burning torches inside gave warmth, and even they flickered oddly, as if affected by some deeper chill that had nothing to do with the weather. The Yule Ball had passed, leaving behind strange quiet. Whispers had shifted. The focus was no longer on gowns or pairings, but on the second task. A challenge still cloaked in mystery, though the champions were expected to prepare. Harry, unlike the others, now knew where the task would take place. The egg song had made it clear, the lake held the trial. And time, 1 hour, was the key. He would be required to find and retrieve something stolen from him. Something vital. But what he still lacked was a way to breathe underwater. He searched in vain for weeks, through library tomes, through whispered questions to older students, for any magic that would allow him to remain submerged for an hour without drowning. Hermione tried to help, but nothing she found provided a practical solution. Most spells were too advanced. Most potions required ingredients not available to students. The Bubblehead charm was inconsistent in long-duration tests, and Gillyweed, mentioned in passing in one text, was unfamiliar and impossible to acquire. Harry grew desperate. The date of the second task approached like the ticking of a massive, invisible clock. And he had no answer. The night before the task, Harry fell asleep in the common room, books piled around him like a barricade. Dreams came quickly, dark, misted, shapeless, until they were interrupted by a loud pop. Standing before him was Dobby. The house elf looked frantic, ears twitching. Harry Potter must not miss the task, he squeaked. He must swim. Must find what they took. Harry blinked awake. Dobby. I don't know how. Dobby shoved a small bundle into his hand. A damp, knotted lump of green plant. Gillyweed, Dobby whispered. Eat it just before. It will help Harry Potter breathe. Then he was gone. No explanation. No further questions. Harry stared at the bundle. There was nothing else left to try. The next morning, the stands by the Black Lake were filled with bundled spectators. The cold was bitter, but magical wards kept the worst of the wind at bay. Judges from all 3 schools sat beneath enchanted canopies, quills ready. The champions stood on the icy shore, wrapped in cloaks. Cedric nodded to Harry. Krum stood silent. Fleur exhaled into her hands. Bagman's voice rang through a sonorous charm. Champions, you have 1 hour to retrieve what has been taken from you. Begin, now. Without hesitation, Harry shoved the gillyweed into his mouth. It tasted like rotten spinach. His stomach flipped. His throat tightened. Then, pain. His neck tingled, then burned. He fell to his knees, clutching his sides. Panic swelled. Suddenly, he couldn't breathe. Then, he could. Through gills. He gasped, water flooding into his lungs, and realized he could no longer breathe air. He dove into the lake. Underwater, the world changed. His skin felt slick. His eyes, unburdened by goggles, saw clearly. His limbs moved with newfound ease, webbing between his fingers and toes, muscles streamlined. The water was cold, but not piercing. He swam downward, deeper and deeper. Strange creatures passed in the gloom, darting fish, pale eels, plant life like waving fingers. The deeper he went, the darker the world became. Only the faint glimmer of his wand offered light. Minutes passed. Then music. Haunting, familiar. Mermaids. Their voices called through the water, not with warmth, but with ancient knowing. Come seek us where our voices sound. They circled him at a distance, their eyes yellow and unblinking, their tails flashing silver in the gloom. He followed them. Then, he saw it. A structure beneath the lake, ancient stone, half-ruined, as though built long ago and swallowed by water. Tied among the pillars were 4 figures, floating gently, their eyes closed, unmoving. He recognized them instantly. Ron. Hermione. Jo. Gabrielle Delica. Each tethered to a stone, unmoving. The realization struck Harry like a current. He had to choose. The riddle had said, 1. But who would the others save? Cedric arrived seconds later, grabbed Cho, and nodded at Harry before ascending. Krum arrived soon after, his face transformed by a partial shark transfiguration. He took Hermione and swam away. Fleur did not come. Panic surged. Gabrielle remained. A child. Alone. Harry waited, 10 seconds, 20, then made a decision. He pulled his wand. Slashed the bonds. Freed Ron first, who floated limply into his arms. Then Gabrielle. The merpeople hissed, surrounding him, angry. Only one, they gestured. Harry ignored them. He kicked upward, dragging both with him. The weight slowed him. The gills began to ache. The light grew closer. Then, the surface. He broke through, gasping, coughing water, dragging Ron and Gabrielle onto a floating platform. Cheers erupted from the shore. Madame Maxim rushed forward to take Gabrielle. Bagman helped Ron to his feet. Harry collapsed, half frozen, but alive. Later, warm and dry, wrapped in blankets by the fire in the castle, the champions were called to hear their scores. Krum awarded for speed and execution. Cedric, credited for quick thinking. Fleur awarded partial points. She had been attacked by Grindylows and failed to reach Gabrielle. Harry, though last to surface, had rescued more than one hostage, and for his moral judgment, was granted full marks by Dumbledore and Bagman. Karkaroff protested, but was overruled. The scoreboard now showed a narrow margin between the champions, and Harry near the top. But Harry felt no triumph. What lingered was the image of the hostages, drifting in the dark. Of time slipping away. Of breath nearly lost. And, most of all, of how close he had come to failing. The water, he realized, had held more than just the challenge. It had held a warning. There was something deeper still to come. In the weeks following the second task, a slow, uncertain calm settled over Hogwarts. The excitement of the Yule Ball had faded. The roar of the crowd at the lake had quieted. Even the gossip, always persistent, seemed to retreat like a tide. Classes resumed their normal pace, homework piled up, and life at the castle pressed forward as if determined to forget the storm building at its edges. But Harry couldn't forget. He had faced 2 trials, both near fatal, both unasked for. And though he had survived, he had not escaped. The golden egg, once mysterious, now sat empty and cracked. The riddle had been solved. But the tournament itself still hung over him like a curse half-cast. The third task loomed, undefined, unexplained, and waiting. And something else, older and darker, stirred beneath it. Then came the summons. It arrived one evening. Quietly, Dumbledore requested Harry's presence in his office. No reason given. No urgency declared. But the request came through Professor McGonagall's lips with a firmness that left no room for refusal. Harry climbed the stairs of the spiral tower, the moving steps carrying him toward a door carved with runes and crowned with the brass griffin knocker. He murmured the password. Fizzing Whisby, newly changed, and stepped into the warmth of the headmaster's office. It was unchanged, cluttered, cozy, filled with ticking objects and silent portraits. Fawkes the Phoenix dozed on his perch, his feathers glowing faintly in the candlelight. Dumbledore stood beside his desk, not behind it, as though too restless for formality. "Thank you for coming, Harry," he said gently. "There's something I wish to show you. Something I believe may matter greatly before long." He gestured to a shallow, wide stone basin upon a cabinet, its surface filled with silvery light swirling softly like clouded water. Strange symbols rimmed its edge. A pensive, Dumbledore said. For storing and examining thoughts. Memories, specifically. Harry leaned closer. The light wasn't just silver, it was alive, shifting in texture, depthless and infinite. It allows one to step outside their own mind, Dumbledore continued, to study what has been and how it unfolded. I have collected many such memories. He looked at Harry, blue eyes sharp beneath his half-moon spectacles. Today, I ask you to look with me. And before Harry could reply, Dumbledore touched his wand to the surface. The silvery mass leapt up and pulled them in. They landed in a cold, wood-paneled courtroom. Rows of high-backed chairs ringed a sunken floor where a young Dumbledore sat with quill and wand. Shadows flickered from torches. In the center, a man stood in chains, Igor Karkaroff, pale, nervous, his eyes darting. The Wizengamot convened above. Karkaroff named names, former Death Eaters, traitors, liars. Some were dismissed. Others not. And then, he spoke a name that chilled the air, Severus Snape. A murmur spread through the chamber. But the younger Dumbledore raised his hand. Severus Snape has turned spy against Voldemort, he said. And his life has been risked more than once to deliver us critical information. Karkaroff scowled. The courtroom faded. A new scene bloomed. This one, louder, more intense. A man shouted, Barty Crouch Sr., stern and ruthless, as a trial unfolded before him. For figures were shackled before the court. One of them, Barty Crouch Jr., thin, wild-eyed, pleading. "They are guilty of torturing the Longbottoms into madness," thundered Crouch. "They used the Cruciator's curse for sport. They will be sent to Azkaban." Crouch Jr. looked at his father with desperation, calling to him, begging. Crouch did not flinch. The courtroom swirled again. Harry staggered as he re-entered Dumbledore's office, the rush of returning reality tightening around his ribs. His heart pounded. "Those were real?" he asked. "They were," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Extracted from those who bore them." Harry's mind spun. Barty Crouch Jr., the son of a respected ministry official, had been a Death Eater. He'd helped torture Neville's parents into insanity. And Karkaroff, now headmaster of Durmstrang and a tournament judge, had once served Voldemort. "Why show me this?" Harry asked. Dumbledore looked grave. "Because the past matters, Harry. Not only what we remember, but what we choose to examine." He walked to the pensieve, placed the lid gently over it. "I believe dark forces have returned to the edges of our world. Slowly, quietly. And I believe this tournament may be more than a simple contest of skill." He didn't say Voldemort's name. He didn't have to. Harry felt it. The pressure in the air. The pulling of strings behind the curtain. The coincidences piling up, sharp as glass. And now, with these memories, a larger shape forming. "I'm trying to connect pieces," Dumbledore added. "But the puzzle is changing as I look." Harry remained silent for a long time. Then he nodded. He understood. Whatever the next task was, it was no longer the greatest threat. Something, someone, was circling. And Dumbledore, at last, had allowed him a glimpse of the deeper war already underway. June arrived at Hogwarts not with gentle breezes or soft blossoms, but with the silent promise of an ending. The third task was upon them. In the days leading up to it, the atmosphere in the castle turned heavy with expectation. The tournament had tested flame and water, now it would test mind and magic. Unlike the spectacle of dragons or the mystery of the lake, the third challenge would be fought in a place of isolation, where each champion faced themselves as much as the obstacles ahead. They would enter a maze. The announcement was made publicly by Ludo Bagman, whose cheerfulness had begun to fray around the edges, though few noticed. On the evening of the task, he stood in the center of the pitch where the Quidditch Stadium had been transformed into a vast labyrinth. Massive hedges rose high, taller than any seeker had ever flown, and pulsed faintly with enchantments. Their leaves were thick, dark, and rustled without wind. The maze filled the pitch entirely, its paths twisting and turning, shifting slightly even as one looked at them. Inside lay obstacles, magical creatures, spells, riddles, traps. At the center, the Triwizard Cup. Whichever champion touched it first would win. But reaching it was a trial of both endurance and judgment. Harry spent the day of the task in an odd kind of silence. No one knew what exactly lay in the maze, not even the champions. The professors who had helped design it refused to speak. Only Dumbledore watched Harry with a calm that felt less like detachment and more like grim permission. Themselves. Bagman entered, eye scanning them all with a practiced smile. "Right then. You'll enter the maze at intervals based on your scores. Harry, you and Cedric go first. Then Victor, then Fleur." The rules were reviewed one last time. No contact. No attacking fellow champions. Distress would trigger magical extraction. Then Bagman stepped outside. The stands surrounding the stadium were packed. Students, faculty, foreign guests, all watching the hedges like spectators at an arena of fate. Dumbledore raised his wand. A cannon sounded. Harry and Cedric entered the maze. The hedges closed behind them. The world outside vanished. The air inside was still, strangely warm, and unnaturally silent, as if the leaves themselves absorbed sound. The sky above was visible, but faded. The maze was not just physical, it was magical. Its very presence distorted direction, time, even sensation. Harry and Cedric nodded once, an unspoken truce, then turned in separate directions. And the maze moved. The path curved strangely beneath Harry's feet. Turning left felt like turning up. The wall shifted when he wasn't looking. The darkness within the hedges was unnaturally deep. Minutes passed. Or hours. Then, a sound. From around the corner, scuttling. Heavy. Harry raised his wand just in time to see a blast-ended scroot the size of a carriage charge from the shadows. It spewed flame from its stinger as it barreled toward him. He dove aside, cast Impedimenta, then Stupefy. The creature shrieked and collapsed, its armored hide still steaming. Breathing hard, he moved on. Next, a boggart, which erupted from a barrel in the form of a lifeless Ron, eyes glassy, skin grey. Ridiculous! Harry cried. The illusion shattered into smoke. Then, silence again. The maze folded around him. More than once, he felt he was walking in circles. He passed a sphinx who spoke a riddle, which he solved only by guesswork and instinct. Then a turn, a path straight ahead. At the far end, a flash of gold. The cup. But another figure approached it at the same moment. Cedric. They saw each other, both breathless, both battered. The maze trembled. From behind them, something moved, fast. Cedric turned too late. A figure emerged from the shadows, a person, not a creature. Crumb. But not as they had seen him before. His eyes glowed unnaturally. Under the imperious curse. He raised his wand at Cedric, face blank. Stupefy! Harry shouted, slamming Crumb into the hedge. Cedric turned, stunned. Thanks, he said quietly. They looked at the cup, now only feet away. Then at each other. Neither spoke. And together, silently, they reached for it at the same time. Their hands touched the cup. And the world vanished. They landed hard on cold earth. Not the stadium. Not Hogwarts. Gravestones rose around them. They were in a graveyard. The cup lay on its side, spinning slightly. It was a portkey. Cedric stood, brushing dirt from his robes, confusion darkening into alarm. Where are we? Then, a flash of green. Avada Kedavra. Harry turned just in time to see Cedric fall. Limp. Still. Gone. A shape moved in the darkness. A high, cold voice spoke. And Harry's scar burned as though split by a blade. The task was over. The trap had sprung. And the Dark Lord was waiting. They arrived with the cup. But not to victory. The graveyard into which Harry and Cedric fell was not part of any task. No enchantment surrounded it. No referees watched from the stands. There were no flags, no torches, no cheering. Only the stone. Cold and damp earth stretched in uneven rows of gravestones, jutting from the soil like broken teeth. Mist clung low, crawling between markers that bore forgotten names. A distant hill curved into the horizon, silhouetted by dead trees. The cup lay beside them, its metallic surface glinting with residual magic, fading, spent. Cedric rose first, brushing dirt from his sleeve. Where are we? Harry didn't answer. His scar had begun to burn. Not with a throb, not with discomfort, but with searing pain. His knees buckled as it stabbed through his head like a white-hot brand. Something was very wrong. A shape moved through the mist. A man, stooped, small, shuffling toward them with something cradled in his arms. Then it happened. A voice, high, cold, and clear, spoke. "Kill the spare." A flash of green light exploded from the wand in the old man's hand. Cedric fell. No cry. No struggle. Just stillness. One moment standing, the next, gone. The ground accepted him without ceremony. Harry screamed. But it was cut short as the man's wand turned on him. Bind him! Ropes flew from the tip of the wand, twisting around Harry's limbs like snakes, dragging him backward toward a dark, stone cauldron at the center of a crooked clearing. He struggled, but it was no use. The ropes tightened, hauling him beside the cauldron, its contents already bubbling. Steam rose from its rim, filled with a foul scent, like metal and decay. The man stepped forward, revealing his face, Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. He was older than Harry remembered, his hair thinner, his features drawn with guilt and fear. But his eyes gleamed with obedience. And in his arms, wrapped in thin cloth, was something that moved. Not a child. Not fully human. Small. Twisted. Hairless. Its skin gleamed, pale as parchment. Its hands clutched and uncurled in spasms. Its face, noseless, lipless, snake-like, turned toward Harry. Even bound, even broken, Harry recognized it. Voldemort. The ritual began. Wormtail moved mechanically, as though following a script. He approached the cauldron and tipped the thing into its depths. Steam hissed. The potion turned red, then green. The voice spoke again. Not from the creature, now gone beneath the surface, but from the air itself, weaving into the mist. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. Wormtail drew a bone from the earth, from a nearby grave, its headstone worn and pitted. He dropped it into the cauldron. A spark ignited deep in the brew. Flesh of the servant, willingly given. Harry screamed as Wormtail sliced off his own hand. It fell into the potion with a splash, and he staggered back, gasping, his arm a blooded stump. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Harry struggled as the knife approached, but the bonds held firm. Pain bit into his arm as the blade sliced across his skin. Blood fell into a vial, then into the cauldron. The potion boiled. The cauldron shook. Steam rose, thick, curling, until it formed a pillar that glowed faintly with its own heat. Then, silence. A shape began to rise from within. Human-shaped. Whole. Pale skin. Red eyes. Black robes clinging to a tall, skeletal frame. A face returned from the abyss. Lord Voldemort stood again. He took his time, stretching fingers as if testing the boundaries of flesh. His eyes gleamed, not with emotion, but calculation, the joyless satisfaction of a plan realized. He looked at his hands. Flexed them. Raised his wand. The sky crackled as he cast a spell, a jet of fire that soared upward and vanished. He turned toward Wormtail, who knelt in agony, his wand wrapped in a bloody cloth. "Your service is noted," Voldemort said coldly. He flicked his wand. Silver light spiraled toward Wormtail's stump, forming a new hand, shining, strong, inhuman. "Let us call the others." He raised his wand. From the dark, robed figures began to apparate, one by one, encircling the clearing. Men and women, their faces hidden behind masks, their eyes wide with fear and reverence. Death Eaters. They knelt. Voldemort walked among them, speaking softly. He named them. Some trembled. Others stared straight ahead. He spoke of their failings. Of their absence. of their cowardice. He forgave none. Then he turned to Harry. Still bound. Still watching. "You see, Harry," he said quietly, "the boy who escaped me is now here, at my feet." He paced. "My return is no longer prophecy. It is fact." He raised his wand, and without hesitation, cast the Cruciator's curse. Pain exploded through Harry's body, white and limitless. His bones screamed. His nerves shattered. There was no up, no down, only agony. And then it ended. Voldemort smiled. But it wasn't enough. He stepped back. "Now, we duel." He cut Harry's bonds. "Bo," he said mockingly. Harry stood, barely. His wand was still in his hand. They circled. Spells flew, red and green. Then, a strange collision. As their spells met mid-air, something impossible happened. Golden light connected their wands. A thread. A bond. Voldemort's wand shook. Harry's pulsed. A dome of light expanded around them, trapping them within. A sound of music began to hum from the core of the connection. Then, shapes began to emerge from Voldemort's wand. Figures. First a man, regal, elderly, with glasses and grief in his eyes. Frank Bryce. Then, Bertha Jorkins. Then, Cedric. And finally, a man and a woman. James and Lily Potter. They surrounded Harry. Their voices were whispers, carried on the wind. "Hold on, Harry. You must get to the cup. We're here, we'll protect you." Voldemort screamed in rage. The light swelled. The spirits surged forward. Harry turned, ran. He dove towards Cedric's body, grabbed the cup, and disappeared. Gone from the graveyard. Back to Hogwarts. But forever changed. The Triwizard Cup dropped from the sky into the center of the Hogwarts pitch, glowing faintly with residual magic. But it was no longer a trophy. No longer a symbol of glory or achievement. It was a portkey, and it returned not a champion, but a body. Cedric Diggory lay sprawled across the grass, still, his robes torn and darkened by earth. His face was untouched, peaceful, as if asleep. But he did not stir. And beside him, Harry, alive, trembling, barely upright, clutched Cedric's arm as though trying to anchor himself in a world that had just tilted off its axis. The silence from the stands was deafening. Then a single scream shattered it. Amos Diggory, who had watched with pride moments earlier, now ran forward, his voice breaking open the air. He dropped beside his son, gathering Cedric's head in his lap, rocking him, sobbing without shape or breath. His cries echoed through the pitch like a spell gone wrong. Students stood frozen. Professors rushed forward. Dumbledore moved fastest. Harry, dazed, fell to his knees as Mad-Eye Moody lifted him away from the crowd. "Come on," Moody said roughly. "We need to talk." "You're in shock." The crowd blurred behind them. Harry could no longer hear Amos. He could no longer feel the grass beneath his feet. Only his scar still throbbed, and the weight of what he had seen pressed down on him like 1,000 stones. Moody guided him into the castle, through shadowed corridors, into his office. The door shut. And something changed. Harry slumped into a chair, breathing raggedly. Moody did not offer comfort. He circled Harry slowly, his magical eye rolling madly, his real one unblinking. "You saw him," he said quietly. "Didn't you?" Harry looked up. "Yes." "Voldemort. He's back. He killed Cedric." Moody smiled. But it wasn't a kind smile. It was satisfied. Triumphant. Too late, Harry realized something was wrong. Far too late. Moody's voice grew sharper. Where did he take you? What did he say? What form did he take? Harry blinked. What? How did he do it? Moody snapped. What spell? What did he use to return? Harry backed slightly in his chair. The fear that had gripped him in the graveyard began to rise again, inexplicably. Only now, it was here, in the castle. And Moody wasn't Moody. Not really. The man's features flickered for a moment, subtle, almost imperceptible, as if something beneath his skin had twitched. I never told you what the tasks would be, Potter, Moody said suddenly, too calmly. And yet, you always knew. The dragons. The egg. Even the maze. Harry's blood ran cold. He tried to rise. Moody flicked his wand. Harry's limbs froze. You're just a boy, the man sneered. But you've been the key to it all. The mark. The prophecy. The path to his return. He reached for a small hip flask, drained it in one gulp. And the transformation began. Not a glamour spell. Not a simple disguise. But a full-body polyjuice unraveling. The real Mad-Eye Moody vanished. And in his place, a man with wild eyes, a lip curling in madness, and a voice that trembled with fanatic joy. Barty Crouch Jr. Dumbledore burst into the office seconds later. Behind him, Snape and McGonagall. A brief struggle. One spell, one strike, and Crouch was disarmed, bound, thrown to the floor. Harry collapsed. Dumbledore said nothing at first. He checked Harry carefully. Restored movement to his limbs. Then turned to Crouch. With a truth serum, Veritaserum, taken from Snape's stores, Crouch began to speak. And the truth unraveled. The real Alastor Moody had been imprisoned in his own magical trunk since the start of the year. Barty Crouch Jr., presumed dead in Azkaban, had escaped, aided by his mother and father, concealed by Polyjuice, hidden by charm and cunning. He had entered Harry's name in the goblet. He had manipulated the tournament to guide Harry to the graveyard. He had been Voldemort's servant. All year long. Hours later, Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, silent. Fawkes perched beside him, warm and still. Outside, the sun had begun to rise. And somewhere in the castle, Amos Diggory mourned his son. The Triwizard Tournament was over. But Harry had brought back no victory. Only the body of a friend. Only the truth of a resurrection. And the name the world still refused to believe. Voldemort. The morning after the third task was hushed. Hogwarts, so often a place of noise and laughter, moved with the caution of a house in mourning. Students spoke in whispers. Professors moved with tightened expressions. The banners in the Great Hall were muted, subdued by magic. No victor had been crowned. No celebration declared. Instead, the fourth-year dormitories of Gryffindor remained still, save for the boy who had not slept. Harry Potter sat by the window. He had not changed his clothes. Had not washed. Had barely moved. In his mind, the moments replayed, over and over. The green flash. The graveyard. The blood. The voice of Voldemort. He was back. Not in spirit, not as shadow. In flesh. The scar on Harry's forehead no longer throbbed, but it tingled, faintly, like a mark still burning below the skin. A reminder. Across the castle, a different kind of work had begun. Dumbledore was no longer patient. In the early hours, Dumbledore summoned those he trusted most. McGonagall, who had wept when she heard the news. Snape, whose expression was unreadable but whose agreement to serve again had been immediate. And others, not from within Hogwarts, but beyond. Sirius Black appeared that morning in his dog form, slipping past wards and sentries to arrive in the headmaster's office. There, behind closed doors, a name was spoken for the first time in 13 years, the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore had wasted no time reassembling its members. He sent Fawkes with messages across continents. He dispatched trusted allies to watch the Ministry, to monitor the Department of Mysteries, to reach out to known sympathizers before Voldemort could. He knew how the enemy would move. Because he knew who would not. At the Ministry of Magic, the arrival of the news was met not with urgency, but suspicion. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, had visited Hogwarts personally. He had stood over Cedric Diggory's body. He had questioned Harry himself. He had watched as Barty Crouch Jr., still under Veritaserum, confessed to serving Voldemort. And yet, when Dumbledore said the words, "He is back," Fudge had drawn back. He would not believe it. Would not accept it. Because to do so would be to admit failure, that the Ministry's security was a lie, that the peace they had so long praised was a shadow, and that war was not only coming, but already begun. Instead, Fudge called the death an accident. Called the boy a liar. Refused to take possession of Crouch Jr., and insisted he be given the Dementor's kiss. Before the full trial could be held. Within hours, the only witness to Voldemort's return had been rendered a soulless husk. And the Ministry returned to silence. Hogwarts, by contrast, remembered. Cedric Diggory's death was not erased. A memorial was held. Simple. Sincere. Students and teachers filled the great hall in silence as Professor Sprout spoke of the boy who had embodied every value Hufflepuff held dear. Who had shown kindness without expectation. Who had died not because of rivalry, but because he was there. No house banners hung. Only black drapery. Harry did not speak. He stood in the back beside Ron and Hermione, hands clenched, throat dry. When the students were dismissed, many approached Harry quietly. Some placed hands on his shoulder. Some said nothing. But their eyes said what words could not. They had begun to believe him. But belief was not protection. In the days that followed, Hogwarts emptied. The tournament had ended, but no one felt like celebrating. Parents arrived early to collect their children. The Hogwarts Express departed sooner than usual. The ride back was subdued. Even Fred and George, usually fonts of mischief, sat quietly, murmuring about something called a joke shop plan, but without enthusiasm. Harry stared out the window the whole way back, watching the countryside roll by, the sky overcast. At King's Cross, Sirius appeared again in dog form, walking beside him until the barrier. Then Harry stood before the Dursleys once more. They did not ask questions. He did not speak. But as he turned to leave, Dumbledore's voice echoed in his mind. Something said privately, just before he left the castle, "You have shouldered more than any child should bear. And yet you return, not for comfort, but because you must. That is what makes you strong, Harry." That summer would be long. Harry would wait. Voldemort would gather strength. And the wizarding world, blind in its denial, would not see what had already begun. The war had returned. Summer had returned to Privet Drive, but not the kind found in storybooks or postcards. The days were bright and hot, but to Harry Potter they carried no warmth. The grass was dry, the sun harsh, and the air heavy with stillness. Since returning from Hogwarts, he had spent most of his time in forced silence, cut off from the magical world that now stirred with danger. The Dursleys had resumed their usual pattern: indifference, fear, and begrudging tolerance. Harry was fed, barely. Spoken to, rarely. and left alone for long str. Ed. He would wander the pavements of Little Whinging, often ending up at a small, graffiti-marked playground a few streets away. He'd sit on the swings, let the metal chains creak beneath his weight, and watch the sky. Sometimes, he imagined the clouds forming into familiar shapes, a broomstick, a phoenix, a wand. But even imagination felt dull lately. On one such evening, late in July, he found himself walking alone, the sun already set. A storm threatened in the distance. The sky darkened prematurely. Harry turned down a narrow alley, the shortcut between Magnolia Crescent and Wisteria Walk, the same one Dudley Dursley and his gang often used to sneak back home unseen. Harry heard laughter. Dudley's voice. Loud and crude. Accompanied by jeers and the heavy thud of trainers on pavement. Harry stepped into the alley and crossed paths with his cousin, who was red-faced and swaggering with false confidence. Dudley wore boxing gear, newly won from some Muggle youth club. And his friends had already dispersed into the night. Out for another walk, freak! Dudley sneered. Harry didn't answer. Words felt empty. But the tension between them sparked quickly. Dudley prodded at Harry with insults about Cedric, phrases he didn't understand but had overheard from Harry's fevered nightmares. Harry's hand tightened around his wand, concealed in his pocket. Then, the air changed. Suddenly. Dramatically. Warm summer night turned cold in an instant. The heat was sucked from the air. Harry's breath frosted in front of him. And he knew, without doubt, what was coming. Run, Harry hissed to Dudley. But Dudley didn't move. The alley was now black, darker than it should have been. Then, they descended. Two Dementors, tall and hooded, their forms gliding through the air like smoke clothed in shadow. Harry drew his wand. Expecto Patronum! Nothing. Panic surged. The Dementors moved faster, their faces, or what lay beneath their hoods, looming closer, drawing breath from the air around them. Expecto Patronum! A faint wisp of silver, but not enough. Then the cold sharpened. Dudley collapsed, choking. Harry felt the weight of the graveyard again, Cedric's eyes. His own screams. And then, he remembered. The stag. The warmth of it. We must get you out of here. But how? Who sent them? Mrs. Figg's face twisted. That's what we must find out. Back at number 4, Harry carried Dudley inside. The Dursleys were frantic, angry, and confused. Petunia screamed. Vernon blamed Harry. Dudley could not speak clearly, only mutter about cold and shadows. Then the owl arrived. A letter from the Ministry. Harry James Potter. You have been found in violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. You are hereby expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A representative of the Ministry will arrive to destroy your wand. Harry stared at the parchment. The words blurred. Expelled. Cut off. Alone. But another owl arrived, this one with an urgent message from Arthur Weasley. Do not leave the house. Do not surrender your wand. Dumbledore is handling it. So Harry Saturday. In the smallest bedroom of number 4. Waiting. Once again, between two worlds. Rejected by one, endangered by the other. And for the first time since Voldemort's return, he understood. They weren't going to protect him. The heat of midsummer had not lifted, but within the walls of number 4 Privet Drive, the air had turned to iron. Harry waited in silence for 2 full days following the Dementor attack, each moment a slow erosion of patience and control. No word from Dumbledore. No message from Hogwarts. The only communication, that ministry decree, expulsion, threat of wand destruction, and silence. The Dursleys said little. Dudley remained pale and confused, muttering about cold that hadn't existed. Vernon had seethed, his moustache bristling with rage at the constant flurry of owls and Harry's refusal to explain. Petunia had flitted between suspicion and fear, whispering occasionally about that awful boy from her childhood. But on the evening of the third day, all that changed. There was no knock. No polite arrival. Just the unmistakable sound of a crack, and then another, and another, like thunder trapped in a bottle. In an instant, the living room was filled with witches and wizards. Mad-Eye Moody, his electric blue eye spinning wildly. Nymphadora Tonks, hair bright pink, wand raised. Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and calm, his voice like velvet over stone. Remus Lupin, pale and tired, but steady. They were followed by others Harry didn't know. They said nothing at first, only scanned the house, ensuring it was secure. Then Tonks turned to Harry with a grin and said, "Time to go, Potter." Harry grabbed his things. No explanations were offered to the Dursleys. And just like that, he left. Into the night. Into the unknown. The flight across London was swift and surreal. They flew, broomsticks and stealth charms, across the rooftops, slipping between clouds, weaving through open sky. The city below glowed with amber lights and summer haze, oblivious to the silent wall rising above it. Harry said nothing. Moody led the formation. Tonks hovered beside Harry, occasionally nudging his broom with playful control, though her eyes remained watchful. When they finally descended, it was to a quiet street in a forgotten corner of London. A row of old houses, tall, brick, all seemingly the same. Until the air shimmered. And between number 11 and number 13, a house emerged, pushing its way into existence, brick by brick, window by window, like a secret returning to memory. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Inside, the air was musty with age. The entrance hall was long and dimly lit, its wallpaper peeling, its chandelier coated in dust. Mounted on the walls were portraits, sleeping, and a severed house elf's head nailed above the umbrella stand. It was not welcoming. Not even remotely. And Harry immediately understood, this was no safe house. It was a stronghold. A relic. "Welcome to HQ," Tonks said, leading him past the foyer. "Don't touch anything." The house groaned around them. Every surface felt heavy, as though soaked in memory and dark magic. Down the hall, voices rose. Then, a figure turned the corner. Sirius Black. He did not smile at first. Only looked, eyes sharp, dark hair longer than Harry remembered, a beard shadowing his face. Then he stepped forward and embraced Harry tightly. "You're here," Sirius said, his voice low. At last. The kitchen served as the headquarters. Long, wooden, scorched by time and fire. Maps and scrolls littered the table. Dumbledore's name came up often in conversation, though he was not present. Here, Harry learned the truth. The house belonged to Sirius's family, the House of Black, one of the oldest pureblood lines in wizarding history. Twisted by hatred, elitism, and dark magic, it had been all but abandoned until now. And now it served the Order of the Phoenix. A secret group, resurrected by Dumbledore, to fight Voldemort from the shadows. Members came and went. Harry saw familiar faces, Molly and Arthur Weasley, Bill, Charlie, Fred and George, Hermione, and finally Ron, who welcomed him with a mixture of relief and guilt. "I wanted to write," Ron muttered, but Dumbledore said. "I know," Harry said flatly. Hermione hugged him tightly. "You're safe now." But safe was not a word Harry trusted anymore. For the first time since the graveyard, Harry sat with people who believed him. They listened. not just to the facts, but to the fear beneath them. He told them what had happened: the cup, the port key, Cedric, the rebirth of Voldemort, the Death Eaters, the duel. No one questioned it, because they had seen this war before. They knew what it meant, and they knew what was coming. Sirius brought Harry to a small room upstairs, dusty, with a sloped ceiling and a single window, and told him he could stay as long as he liked. "You're not a guest," he said. "You're family." And Harry, for the first time in days, allowed himself to breathe. But that night, as the house creaked and the portraits whispered, he stood by the window and looked out at the silent street below. Number 12 was a refuge. But it was not peace. Not anymore. August dawned with little ceremony. The days within Number 12, Grimmauld Place, passed in a slow, heavy rhythm. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix bustled with quiet, constant activity. Members came and went, bringing news, sending messages, assembling plans in corners of the house where the wallpaper still bore the residue of long-dead enchantments. But for Harry, the calm was thin, fragile. He had not been expelled, not yet, but the threat still hung over him like an unshed curse. Then the owl arrived. It bore the seal of the Ministry of Magic. To Harry James Potter. You are hereby required to attend a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic at 9 a.m. on the 12th of August for a violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. No courtroom. No mention of witnesses. No offer of defense. Just a date. And a time. And the unspoken warning between the lines. You are alone. On the morning of the 12th, Harry rose before dawn. He ate little. Spoke even less. Sirius offered to accompany him, but Dumbledore had already warned against it. The Ministry was watching. Sirius Black, a wanted man, walking into the heart of magical law would be suicide. So Harry went with Arthur Weasley instead. They travelled by Muggle means, through the London Underground, past half-empty platforms and sleepy commuters, the magic of the Ministry hidden beneath the feet of an unaware city. Arthur was cheerful, pointing out turnstiles and train advertisements with genuine curiosity. But Harry could feel the tension behind his words. When they arrived at a faded telephone box near Whitehall, Arthur stepped inside first. He dialed the number. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic," said a cool female voice. "Please state your name and business." "Harry Potter." "Disciplinary hearing," said Harry. "Thank you." "Visitor badge number 6. A badge slid into a tray. They descended. And the world shifted. The Ministry of Magic spread out beneath London like a city of polished stone and enchanted ceilings. Tall fireplaces lined the atrium, points for Floo network travel, and gold-lettered signs floated above polished floors. Wizards bustled past in robes and boots, briefcases in hand, parchment swirling beside them. But Harry had no time to admire it. Because they did not take him to a courtroom. They took him down. Far below the main levels. Into the old courtrooms, unused since the trials of Death Eaters after the First War. Here, torches lit the stone. The air was colder. The corridors longer. Arthur's face grew tight. "This is wrong," he muttered. But they kept walking. At the end of the corridor, a vast chamber waited. Tiered benches circled a stone floor, and above it, the members of the Wizengamot sat in rows. Some wore plum-colored robes. Others bore ministry pins. Their faces were cold, formal, unreadable. At the center, a chair with chains. Harry was told to sit. He did. The chains did not bind him, not yet. From behind a high podium, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, opened the hearing. His tone was clipped. Unsmiling, This is a full disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August into the offences committed under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery by Harry James Potter. The list was read. Use of magic in front of a muggle. Underage use of a defensive charm. Disturbing the statute of secrecy. No mention of dementors. Harry opened his mouth, but before he could speak, the door creaked. A figure entered. Tall. Robed. Calm. Albus Dumbledore. He did not look at Harry. He addressed the court. I have come as a witness. I asked to speak in the boy's defense. Fudge's smile was thin. Very well, Headmaster. But understand, this is not a school disciplinary matter. This is a legal proceeding. Dumbledore nodded once. Then turned to the court. He told them the truth. That Harry had been attacked by 2 dementors. That he had used a Patronus charm to save both himself and Dudley Dursley. That Arabella Figg, a known squib and long-term ministry informant, could testify. That this was not a violation of law, but a defense against an attack from dark forces the ministry had long claimed were vanquished. A silence followed. Then, questions. Cold. Leading. Fudge asked why Dementors had been in Little Whinging. He suggested Dumbledore was staging an incident to spread panic. He hinted that Harry had become unstable, prone to hysteria. Dumbledore countered, every time, without raising his voice. Harry said little. He watched, heart pounding, as Fudge's questions turned desperate. Then came a voice from the crowd. Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Are you telling me this boy cast a corporeal Patronus at age 15? Dumbledore inclined his head. Indeed. She turned to Harry. Describe it. Harry did. The stag, he said. It chased them off. Bones blinked, and seemed, for a moment, impressed. Others murmured. Fudge's face darkened. But he could no longer control the tide. A vote was called. Hands raised. The count tallied. Cleared of all charges. The chains on the chair slithered back into the wood. Dumbledore turned to leave without looking at Harry. And though the boy longed to speak, to ask why he had been kept in silence for so long, Dumbledore was already gone. Fudge stood frozen in place. His authority had bent, not broken, but it had shown its first cracks. And Harry, though freed, left the courtroom with a quiet certainty. The ministry was not with him. And it would not be neutral. Not in what was coming. The ministry's verdict had been delivered, not guilty. Yet there was no celebration. Not in number 12. Not in Harry's heart. Though his wand was safe and his place at Hogwarts secured, Harry returned to Grimmauld Place with a heaviness that no acquittal could lift. He had been tried not for what he had done, but for who he was becoming, a symbol the ministry wished to silence. And now, as the summer days shortened and the sky outside darkened earlier each evening, Harry found himself trapped within a house that resisted peace at every turn. The House of Black was not merely a structure. It was a curse, preserved in stone and magic. The entrance hall moaned beneath every step. The wallpaper peeled as though in protest to the living. Cobwebs hung from carved ceilings, and an old chandelier trembled when the wind slipped through cracks unseen. Most chilling of all, the portrait of Walburga Black, Sirius's mother. Hidden behind moth-eaten curtains in the front hall, her presence could be felt before she was ever seen. If the curtains were disturbed, even slightly, she would awaken. And she would scream. Blood traitors! Mudbloods! Half-breeds and filth under my roof. Her voice, shrill and hexed with volume, would echo through the house for minutes at a time until someone, usually Sirius, with no gentleness, managed to slam the curtains shut. Yet she was only one relic of many. This house was steeped in the ideology of pureblood supremacy. Tapestries embroidered with family trees, whole branches burned out where someone had married a Muggle or chosen the wrong allegiance. Portraits of ancestors who had served in the Wizengamot, or worse, under the Dark Mark. Silver goblets, cursed ornaments, spellbooks written in ink that shimmered with warnings. It was Sirius's inheritance. And he despised it. He tried, in his own way, to purge it. Each day, he led a cleansing, with the help of Molly Weasley and a rotating group of Order members and children. They decontaminated cabinets, removed jinxed artifacts, and fed old, malicious heirlooms into an enchanted sack that moaned as it swallowed them. Even the house elf, Kreacher, was a relic of the same darkness. He skulked between walls and cupboards, muttering under his breath about dirty blood and shameful masters. Sirius hated him. But he could not dismiss him. Kreacher was bound to the family line, and Harry could see that the elf, however broken, still carried out orders, in his own corrupted way. The tension in the house thickened by the day. Harry shared a room upstairs with Ron, while Hermione stayed across the hall. Fred and George came and went, though increasingly preoccupied with secret plans and whispered experiments involving fireworks, tonics, and joke shop contracts. Ginny, now more confident than the last time Harry had truly spoken with her, had a quiet strength. She worked beside her mother without complaint, eyes sharp and voice calm. Harry spent time with them, but often found himself wandering alone. He would pause before the tapestry in the drawing room, tracing the name Sirius Black, connected to names like Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa Malfoy, and others steeped in infamy. "You see?" Sirius said quietly one afternoon, standing beside him. "My whole family, Slytherins, the lot of them. Obsessed with blood, heritage. They think they're better than everyone else. I was the only one who saw it for what it was, poison." He stared at the burned hole where Andromeda Tonks's name had once been. "She married a Muggle-born," Sirius said. "They blasted her off the tree. Just like they did to me." There was no pride in his voice. Only exhaustion. And bitterness. Occasionally, Order meetings were held in the kitchen. Harry was never invited. Though he tried to listen through the floorboards or stairwells, Molly Weasley was quick to shut him out. She insisted he was too young. That it wasn't his fight. Dumbledore had instructed them to keep him uninformed. That cut deepest of all. Each time a meeting was called, Harry felt like the walls closed in a little tighter. He was not a child. He had faced Voldemort. He had seen death. Yet still, they treated him like a student caught breaking curfew. He was growing, not just him. Rias pulled him aside. "You're going back into their world," Sirius said. "But don't let them define your truth. You saw what they wouldn't. You know what they deny. That makes you dangerous. It also makes you necessary." Then he grinned, wolfish, proud. "Raise hell, Harry." Number 12 shrank behind him as they departed. But its walls did not forget. They held on to secrets. And within them, the war began, not with curses and hexes, but with knowledge, loyalty, and a house reclaimed. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from King's Cross Station in its usual plume of steam and nostalgia, but Harry felt none of the comfort that once came with the journey. The scarlet engine, the swaying compartments, the snack trolley that passed with cauldron cakes and pumpkin pasties, all familiar, yet somehow distant. Harry sat beside Ron and Hermione, who spoke cautiously, measuring each word. Across from them, Ginny flipped through a book without reading, while Fred and George, a few compartments down, plotted something involving extendable ears and a mysterious self-inking quill. For the first hour, the train rolled through the English countryside in quiet. Then Cho Chang walked past. Their eyes met briefly. She offered a small nod, not quite a smile, before disappearing behind the sliding door of another compartment. Harry said nothing. He stared out the window as the hills passed, grey and green, under a thickening sky. He wondered if it would rain. In the late afternoon, the train jolted slightly, and the tannoy crackled with the conductor's voice. They were approaching Hogsmeade Station. Students began to change into robes, laughter rising in low waves as trunks shifted and owls hooted in agitation. But even here, something was different. The moment the train pulled into the station, auras were present. Not disguised. Not hidden. Ministry officials in dark robes and boots stood at the platform edges, watching. The crowd of students descended into the cool air with hesitancy. Their footsteps were slower. Eyes flicked to the edges of the forest, to the towering castle that loomed ahead in the twilight. Hogwarts still stood. But it felt less like a haven, and more like a fortress. The carriages awaited them, the usual horseless carts creaking over gravel roads. But Harry now saw what most others could not. Thestrals, black, skeletal, winged creatures, tethered where invisible horses should be. Their blank white eyes and leathery skin gave them the appearance of ghosts wrapped in bone. Only a few others seemed to see them. Luna Lovegood, a pale, dreamy-eyed Ravenclaw girl, stood near one and stroked its neck with gentle fingers. "You can see them too," she said serenely to Harry. He didn't respond. Not because he didn't believe her, but because seeing them meant something. It meant he had seen death. And there was no magic in that. The castle gates opened as they always had. But no Hagrid stood with lantern in hand. Harry noticed immediately. The half-giant's absence was jarring, unexplained. Instead, a short, pinch-looking witch in emerald robes held the torch, Professor Grubbleplank, the substitute care of magical creatures teacher. Harry's heart sank. It had been Hagrid who first introduced him to this world. His absence struck with more force than expected. They entered the great hall beneath floating candles and a magically charmed ceiling that reflected the roiling clouds outside. For tables stretched before them. The Sorting Hat sang, its verses more cautious, more warning than celebratory. When the sorting finished, and the clapping faded, Professor Dumbledore stood. He looked older. Not physically. Not obviously. But his eyes, the usual twinkle behind his half-moon spectacles, seemed dulled, less alive. He welcomed the students with his usual formalities. Then added, "We have a new defense against the dark arts teacher this year." The doors creaked open. And she entered. Short. Round. Dressed in robes of bright pink, adorned with lace and a small, velvet bow perched atop her head like a punctuation mark. She smiled, a sweet, tight-lipped expression. But her eyes glittered like glass. Dolores Jane Umbridge. She walked to the staff table with small, precise steps. "Saturday," and folded her hands. There was a silence. Then she stood again. And spoke. Her voice was high, girlish, and utterly condescending. The Ministry of Magic has always valued educational standards. Her speech went on. And on. Full of phrases like harmonious cooperation, clarity of purpose, and valued tradition. Each sentence wrapped in the language of order, each word meant to reassure, but with the effect of a lullaby sung through clenched teeth. Few students listened. But Dumbledore did not stop her. And Harry watched him carefully. Because it was clear, this appointment had not been his choice. This woman, in all her pink and pearls, was minister-placed. She was not here to teach. She was here to monitor. To control. To watch him. That night, as Harry climbed the moving staircases toward Gryffindor Tower, a heaviness pressed behind his eyes. Not just tiredness, but an ache of intuition. The Ministry had entered Hogwarts. Through velvet gloves and pleasant smiles. And the war had followed. By the second week of term, it was clear Dolores Umbridge was not merely a new face among the staff. She was a manifestation. A slow, creeping vine, winding itself through the halls of Hogwarts, squeezing out autonomy in favor of Ministry control. Her presence was an omen, not dramatic, not explosive, but deliberate, constant, and increasingly suffocating. Her classroom was the first sign. The defense against the dark arts room, once filled with practical learning and danger, now resembled a prim parlor. Lace doilies sat beneath lamps. Framed photographs of kittens in boughs purred on bookshelves. Everything smelled faintly of lilac and dust. There were no spells taught. Only readings. From a Ministry-approved textbook, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard. The class was silent. No wand work. No dueling. No defense. When Hermione raised her hand to ask when they'd begin actual practice, Umbridge smiled thinly. The Ministry believes that theoretical knowledge will be more than sufficient for your needs. There is no cause for alarm. When Harry questioned her on this, openly, boldly, he spoke not only of learning but of necessity. What if we need to defend ourselves? What if we're attacked? Umbridge's voice dropped in sweetness, her smile sharpened. There is nothing threatening students at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. That is Ministry fact. Suggesting otherwise is dangerous misinformation. She gave him a detention on the spot. His first with her came that evening. He was led into her office, pastel-colored, oppressive in its cheer, and made to sit at a polished desk. A single piece of parchment. A long black quill. No ink bottle. You'll write lines, she said. I must not tell lies. Harry scowled. With what? She gestured to the quill. You'll find it, self-inking. He wrote. The words formed. But he felt it in his skin. A sharp sting. Then burn. He looked down. The words I must not tell lies were carved faintly into the back of his hand, the skin healing and opening again with each repetition. She said nothing. Watched. Smiled. Harry said nothing either. Not to her. Not even to Ron or Hermione. Not that night. Not for several nights. The mark faded slowly. But the resentment did not. Days passed. More students began to murmur. More started to question. But Umbridge's power grew. It was not through spells. It was through decrees. Paper announcements appeared on the walls, nailed magically in place. Each began the same. By order of the High Inquisitor. The first decreed that no practical magic was to be taught without Ministry approval. The second stripped teachers of disciplinary independence, granting Umbridge the final word in all punishments. The third installed her as High Inquisitor, a title that gave her permission to observe and evaluate all Hogwarts professors. She began making surprise classroom visits. McGonagall received her coldly, never flinching as Umbridge scribbled notes on her clipboard. Snape was less courteous, curt, clipped, visibly contemptuous. Even Trelawney, wild and vague, trembled beneath her scrutiny. But Umbridge was not there for fairness. She was building a case. And Dumbledore? He did nothing. He watched, quietly, offering no intervention. Harry could not understand it. The students began to feel it. The tightening. They were told not to question. Not to speak. And if they did? Detentions. Points. Suspensions. Surveillance. Umbridge's office became a place of quiet pain and empty words. Even owls were watched. Letters read. Books banned. And throughout it all, she wore the same sweet smile. The same pink robes. As if each decree were not a noose, but a gift. One evening, Hermione stood over a new notice, freshly nailed to the board. Educational Decree Number 22. All student organizations, societies, and clubs are hereby disbanded until approved by the High Inquisitor. She turned to Harry and Ron. Her voice was low, determined. She's not just enforcing ministry control. She's isolating us. Harry didn't need to ask what she meant. He already knew. This wasn't about order. This was about fear. Umbridge feared what students might become if they learned the truth. If they fought back. And from that truth, a decision began to form. Something quiet. Rebellious. Necessary. The parchment was passed quietly. Slipped between books. Folded into bags. Whispered about behind hands cupped and cautious. A single name at the top. Dumbledore's Army. It was not an act of defiance for the sake of mischief. It was born of necessity. Students, disillusioned by Dolores Umbridge's hollow curriculum, had begun seeking each other out. They had seen the flaw in obedience. Had heard the stories. Some had even lost family in the First War. Others simply knew that silence wasn't safety. And so, in corners of the library, in back corridors, and through the ever-watchful eye of the castle, a new group began to form. Hermione Granger was its architect. She had identified the need, practical defense, and understood its danger. She had also been the one to suggest the name. Because what the Ministry feared most was Dumbledore's influence. So they gave the fear a face. And a name. The first meeting was not held in a classroom. It was held in the Hog's Head, a modest, grimy pub in Hogsmeade known more for its silence than its service. Dust clouded the corners. The windows were filmy with age. A goat wandered briefly across the back wall, unbothered. Still, 25 students showed up. More than expected. Neville Longbottom. Luna Lovegood. Ginny Weasley. Fred and George, naturally. Others from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, names Harry barely knew, but faces that showed resolve. At the head of the meeting, Harry. He hadn't intended to lead. He wasn't comfortable with speeches. But the others looked to him not for words, but for what he had survived. And so, he spoke. He told them about the graveyard. Not with drama, but clarity. He told them about Voldemort, about the duel, about Cedric, about the truth. And they believed him. Not just because they wanted to, but because they needed to. When he asked if they would train together, outside of Umbridge's rules, outside of the Ministry's reach, they said yes. Every one of them. Finding a place to practice was harder. Hogwarts, sentient as it was, did not make rebellion easy. But it rewarded intent. It was Dobby. The free elf, who whispered of a secret space, hidden for centuries, used by witches and wizards when need was greatest. The Room of Requirement. On the 7th floor, behind a tapestry of trolls learning ballet, a stretch of blank stone could transform, if one walked past 3 times, focused on need, and believed it to be there. Harry, Hermione, and Ron tried. And it appeared. A door. Heavy. Silent. Inside, a room shaped by purpose. Tall ceilings. Candelabras. Cushions. Shelves lined with books. A large mirror for spell work. Dummy targets. Wooden wands for practice. It was perfect. And it was theirs. Their first real session began on a quiet Thursday evening. They gathered in secret, cloaks wrapped tightly, eyes wide with something between fear and exhilaration. Harry stood before them. He had no speech prepared, so he gave none. Instead, he lifted his wand, demonstrated Expelliarmus, the spell that had saved his life more times than he could count. Simple, unassuming, but powerful. They copied him. One by one, laughter rising as wands flew from hands, cushions were scorched, targets overturned. But amidst the noise was focus, determination. They learned Stupefy next, then Protego, then Reducto. Each week, a new layer, a new defense. They began to improve, rapidly. Neville, clumsy at first, began to show surprising control. Ginny displayed precision that startled even her brothers. Luna, with her wandering gaze, cast spells with eerie accuracy. Hermione mastered theory. Ron honed timing. And Harry found, for the first time, that he could not only fight, he could teach. He wasn't just surviving anymore. He was passing it on. Hermione enchanted a piece of parchment, a master list of members. Each name recorded. Each page hexed to reveal traitors, should anyone betray them. But betrayal was not their fear. Discovery was. They operated in silence. Changed meeting times. Took alternate routes. Still, the danger grew with every session. So did the hope. They had seen the truth of Umbridge's rule. Now they had each other. Not just a club. Not just a classroom. But a force. A defense. A resistance. They called themselves Dumbledore's Army. And in the Room of Requirement, they trained for the war the Ministry refused to see. The second task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament had passed, leaving behind wet robes, hoarse voices, and the fading echoes of Merfolk's song. The lake had swallowed much, but among the survivors, champions and spectators alike, there was an unmistakable sense of deepening tension. Harry had retrieved Ron from the Merpeople's clutches, outswimming the Grindylows, navigating the shadows, and earning praise for his moral fiber, though he cared little for points. Something else had taken hold. A weight he could not name. A shift in the air. It was not the cold of the lake that lingered, it was the sense that eyes were watching, even now, long after the task had ended. Back at Hogwarts, the halls remained alive with chatter. Speculation buzzed like a swarm, who had helped whom, which champion was now favored, what dangers the next challenge might bring. But Harry had grown accustomed to noise. It was quiet that disturbed him. It was in the quiet that Mad-Eye Moody beckoned him aside. One evening, long after dinner had ended, Harry found himself summoned to Moody's office. The room, dark and lined with faux glasses, sneakoscopes, and grim books on defensive enchantments, was the same as ever. But the man behind the desk was not. Moody's magical eye turned slowly in its socket, but his living eye was locked on Harry with curious intensity. "That map of yours," Moody said, tapping the surface of the desk with a gnarled finger. "The one that shows where people are. Still have it?" Harry blinked. "Yeah. Keep an eye on it." A pause. The blue eye spun again. "Just keep it close. Never know who might be walking the halls these days." The words felt offhand. But Harry remembered them. Deeply. It began unraveling days later. It started with Barty Crouch Sr., head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, who had begun appearing increasingly erratic. He had not been seen publicly in weeks. Then, without warning, he arrived at Hogwarts. Pale. Rigid. His eyes darted like he'd been chased. He sought out Dumbledore, but never reached him. Instead, he was found by Victor Krum, alone near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When Dumbledore and Harry arrived minutes later, Crouch was gone. Vanished. Only footprints in the soil. No signs of a struggle. Just absence. And then, Harry began to watch. He watched Moody. He watched Karkaroff, who often looked over his shoulder, tattoos itching beneath his collar. He watched Snape, whose face grew stormier with each passing day. But mostly, Harry began to piece together small inconsistencies, things he hadn't noticed before. Moody, who once drank constantly from his hip flask, now seemed sharper, more alert, almost too focused. Moody, who had once spoken in growls and riddles, now spoke plainly, intelligently. And worst of all, Moody, once paranoid about security, had begun asking very specific questions about Harry's dreams. It was the night before the third task when everything clicked. Harry was alone in the common room. The Marauder's map lay open before him. Footsteps appeared, moving along the 7th floor corridor. The name, Bartemius Crouch. Not Junior. Senior. Alive? Harry leaned closer. And then, the name vanished. Moments later, another name appeared, Alastor Moody. Moving in the same direction. Slowly. And a chill ran through Harry's spine. Because Crouch Senior had disappeared. But not from the world, from sight. And Moody had been there. The final threads came loose on the night of the third task, though the full truth would only be understood later. Harry and Cedric Diggory would enter the maze. The hedges would close. The darkness would thicken. And when Harry reached the cup, when both he and Cedric touched it, they would be transported. Not to victory, but to a graveyard. To Voldemort. To murder. But before that night, in the silence of the days that led up to it, the trap had already been laid. And the man Harry trusted to guard him, guide him, protect him, was not who he claimed to be. Barty Crouch Jr. Hidden beneath Polyjuice Potion. Impersonating Moody. Manipulating the tournament. Guiding Harry to the cup that was a portkey. To his death. And no one saw it. Because the deception was perfect. Because no one questions the guard dog when the wolf wears its skin. The first sign of unraveling was not a scream or a body, but silence. After the second task, Barty Crouch Sr. had appeared on the grounds, disoriented. Rambling, muttering names that had not been spoken since the First Wizarding War. He'd sought Dumbledore, demanded to be heard, insisted that darkness was moving again. Then, just as suddenly, he was gone. Not transferred. Not escorted. Gone. Swallowed by the grounds of Ho. T would later be revealed, and the wheels of bureaucracy ground onward. But those within the castle knew better. Dumbledore was increasingly withdrawn, meeting often with professors in hushed tones. The portraits that lined his office stirred more frequently now, whispering messages to unseen places. Harry, meanwhile, could not stop thinking about that moment in the forest. The look on Crouch's face. The desperation, yes, but also the clarity. He'd seen something. He knew something. And now he was gone. The weeks that followed were heavy with preparation. The third task loomed ahead, its format finally revealed, a maze conjured upon the Quidditch pitch, filled with magical obstacles and illusions. Each champion would navigate it alone, relying not on strength but resilience, instinct, and courage. The prize, the Triwizard Cup, would rest at the center. Harry trained daily under a watchful eye. Moody, or who he believed was Moody, continued to offer advice. It was subtle, always framed as protection, but looking back, it would be clear the guidance had been tailored not for survival, but for manipulation. Don't just go for the obvious path, Moody had said. Trust your instincts. And if you see the cup, don't wait. Grab it. He had smiled then. Not kindly. not warmly, but with purpose. The absence of Crouch Senior echoed in other ways. Ludo Bagman, ever jittery, grew more evasive, his enthusiasm less convincing. He stopped answering direct questions about the tournament oversight. The international judges asked fewer questions. No one spoke of Crouch's protocols or the security measures he had insisted upon. The silence became complicity. Only Dumbledore seemed alarmed. But even he could not act without evidence. What Harry would come to learn much later was that the real Moody, Alastor, was locked inside a trunk in his own office, imprisoned for nearly 10 months by the impostor. Barty Crouch Jr. The man wearing his face had been administering Polyjuice Potion daily, feeding off secrets, maneuvering the tournament to place Harry exactly where Voldemort wanted him. And Crouch Sr.? He had begun to suspect the truth. He had escaped the Imperious Curse, briefly. He had fled to Hogwarts to warn Dumbledore. But the impostor got to him first. In the Forbidden Forest, Crouch Jr. killed his father. Buried him beneath an invisibility cloak. Hid the body with a transfiguration spell. Returned to the castle. Smiling. When his remains were eventually uncovered, weeks later, in the days following the final task, Dumbledore would identify him instantly. He would know the cause. The motive. But by then, the damage would be done. The Ministry would dismiss it as irrelevant, a personal tragedy unconnected to larger threats. Cornelius Fudge would call it an unfortunate lapse of magical health. Others would call it accidental. And still others, those loyal to Voldemort's cause, would simply call it necessary. Barty Crouch Sr. had been many things: ambitious, cold, blindly loyal to order. He had sentenced his own son to Azkaban. He had upheld the laws of the Ministry with unyielding fervor. But in the end, he had tried to do the right thing. He had tried to warn them. And they had not listened. By the time the sun dipped low on the evening of the third task, the Quidditch pitch had vanished beneath a towering, living labyrinth. The hedges rose 15 feet high, their leaves glinting with a faint, unnatural sheen. They rustled without wind, murmuring like something sentient, something watching. Over the past month, they had grown, guided by charms and enchantments, until they formed a maze vast enough to disorient even the cleverest wizard. Inside, the Triwizard Cup waited. Or so everyone believed. In the stands surrounding the pitch, Hogwarts students and visiting delegations sat in tightly packed rows. Flags fluttered. Faces strained to glimpse the maze's dark interior. But from above, little could be seen. The hedges shielded all, not just the physical, but the magical. Viewing spells failed. Omniarculars blurred. At the front row of the stands, Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge, Barty Crouch Jr., as Moody, and the other judges sat in solemn observation. When the signal was given, the champions approached. Cedric Diggory, Victor Krum, Fleur-Delacour, Harry Potter. Each stood before a different entrance, wands drawn, hearts pounding. A whistle blew. And they entered. Inside, the air changed. It grew heavier, damper. The hedges creaked and breathed as though alive. The sky above darkened unnaturally, cutting off the golden twilight. Harry's path twisted almost immediately, no long view ahead, no line of sight to the cup. He moved forward cautiously. The rules were simple: find the cup. Avoid traps. No external aid. No retreat. But simplicity often hides danger. The first challenge came in sound. A distant scream. Sharp. Human. Harry froze. It wasn't clear who had screamed, the hedges distorted sound. It might have been Fleur. It might have been Krum. But he couldn't follow the noise. The maze offered only one direction at a time, and every wrong turn closed behind him like a clenched fist. He pressed on. A boggart appeared next, not the playful sort seen in Lupin's class, but something more malevolent. It wore Cedric's face. Lay on the ground, unmoving. Harry banished it quickly with a shout of ridiculous, but his voice trembled. Further ahead, enchanted vines tried to trap his ankles. A blast of incendio freed him. Then came a blast-ended Scroot, fully grown, tail steaming, carapace gleaming. It charged, and Harry ducked behind a stone statue before casting Impedimenta 3 times in rapid succession. The creature slowed, then staggered off into the hedges. He was sweating now. Not just from the exertion, but from a growing sense that this maze was designed to divide and confuse. He was not just being tested. He was being guided. As he rounded a corner, he found Krum. The Bulgarian stood over Cedric, wand raised. His eyes were blank, lifeless. He turned toward Harry with no recognition, and cast a Cruciator's curse without hesitation. Harry dodged, stunned him in return, and helped Cedric to his feet. He was under the Imperius, Cedric said, gasping. Had to be. That wasn't him. Harry nodded. Come on. They ran side by side through twisting passageways, only separating when the hedges moved between them again. The maze was collapsing into chaos. Near the center, Harry encountered a sphinx, golden-eyed and still. She offered a riddle. He solved it, barely, his mind clouded with adrenaline and worry. She stepped aside. He passed. Then, through a narrowing of leaves, a sudden opening in the undergrowth, Harry saw it. The cup. Bathed in light. He ran. From the left, Cedric emerged, scratched, breathing hard. They locked eyes. Both slowed. You take it, Cedric said. You saved me. You should, Harry answered. You got there first. They argued for a moment, wand still raised, breaths coming fast. Then Harry said, We'll take it together. Cedric stared. And nodded. Together, they reached out. Their hands closed over the cup at the same instant. And then, they were no longer in the maze. The world shifted violently. Color stretched. Wind roared. The sensation of a portkey pulled them forward, not toward the stands, not toward victory, but into darkness. When their feet hit the ground, they stood in a graveyard. Cold. Silent. The moon hung low over cracked tombstones. And something moved. A flash of silver light. A hiss of language older than words. Harry's scar erupted in pain. Then, from the shadows, came a voice. Kill the spare. A wand flashed. A burst of green light. And Cedric Diggory hit the ground. The cup had been a trap. And they had taken it together. Now Harry stood alone. At the foot of a headstone that bore a name he did not yet understand. Tom Riddle. And before him, a cauldron boiled. The ritual had begun. The ground beneath Harry's knees was wet. Not with dew, but with the blood of Cedric Diggory. Still, unmoving, his hand splayed out toward the cup they had both touched. Only moments ago, Cedric had laughed. Argued. Lived. Now, in the space of a whispered order, he was nothing but a boy cut down without ceremony. Kill the spare. The words echoed in Harry's mind like a curse louder than the spell itself. His wand was gone. His legs refused to move. The graveyard around him was unnaturally still, a quiet built not of peace, but of ritual. In the clearing stood a figure, short, twisted, carrying something bundled and infant-sized. It was Wormtail. And in his arms, Voldemort. Not yet whole. Not yet reborn. But alive. And Harry understood with sudden, brutal clarity what was about to happen. He was not here by accident. This was not a detour. It was a summoning. And he was the final ingredient. The cauldron stood 10 feet high, filled with a strange, smoking potion that glowed faintly blue. Runes shimmered along its base. The ritual was old magic, forbidden magic, and its preparation had taken months. Wormtail began to speak. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. He reached toward the base of the headstone. A spell cracked the stone. Bone powder rose in his hand, fragments of Tom Riddle Sr., Voldemort's Muggle father, buried without honor. The powder fell into the cauldron. The potion hissed. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed. With trembling determination, Wormtail raised a silver dagger. He pressed it to his own wrist. And severed his hand. Blood sprayed. The hand fell with a sickening splash into the cauldron. Wormtail collapsed with a scream, clutching the stump. The potion turned deep crimson. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. He approached Harry. Harry struggled, but ropes of magic held him fast. The dagger sliced across his forearm. Blood spilled into a vial. Wormtail staggered back, poured the contents into the cauldron. For a moment, there was silence. Then the liquid within the cauldron boiled violently, light flashing from within like lightning trapped in water. A great blast of steam surged upward. And from it rose a man. Tall. Pale. Barefoot. Eyes red as coals. Lord Voldemort, reborn. He stood in the center of the graveyard, his head tilted upward, as though savoring his return. His skin was white and waxy, stretched thin across bone. His fingers were long and spider-like. His face, barely a face anymore, bore slitted nostrils and glowing eyes. He turned slowly. Looked down at his hands. Flexed them. Spoke. Rode me. Wormtail, pale from blood loss, crawled forward and draped dark robes over the creature he served. Voldemort stretched his limbs, marveling at their return. Then his eyes fell on Harry. "Do you see, Harry," he whispered. "My return. Made possible by your blood, by your presence." He stepped forward. Harry, still bound, glared up at him. "You're nothing but a murderer," he muttered through gritted teeth. Voldemort only smiled. "I am more than a man now. I am magic perfected. And you are my equal in prophecy, but not in power." His voice echoed across the gravestones, carried on magic old and cold. He raised his wand. A hiss. A call. From the shadows of the surrounding tombstones, Death Eater's apparat, cloaked in black, faces masked, surrounding the clearing in a silent circle. They knelt. Voldemort surveyed them with disgust. "You who fled. You who claimed I had died. You will kneel not just to me, but to my triumph." He paced among them, naming them. Lucius Malfoy. Avery. Nott. Crabbe. Goyle. Each bowed their heads in shame and fear. Then Voldemort turned again to Harry. "We are joined now by blood, Potter. I touch you and live. Your mother's protection is broken. And now..." He cast a spell. The ropes fell away. "We duel." Harry stumbled to his feet. His wand, returned by Wormtail at Voldemort's order, shook in his hand. The Death Eaters formed a tight circle. Voldemort raised his wand. No countdown. No mercy. The duel began. Voldemort struck first, Avada Kedavra. Harry rolled aside. shouted Expelliarmus. Red and green light collided. And then, something unexpected. The twin wands met not with explosion, but with resonance. A golden thread of magic arc between them. Priori incantatum. Harry's wand and Voldemort shared a core, a phoenix feather, from the same bird. Their spells locked. And magic ancient and deep began to unfold. The light from the wands grew brighter. A dome of golden force enclosed them. The Death Eaters backed away. From Voldemort's wand came ghostly echoes. Figures emerged. Mist and Memory. Cedric Diggory. Frank Bryce. Bertha Jorkins. And then Lily and James Potter. They stood beside Harry, spectral and strong. His mother's voice was calm. "Hold on, Harry. Let go only when we say." Time slowed. And when she gave the word, Harry broke the connection, summoned the cup, and grabbed Cedric's body. The portkey flared. And the graveyard vanished. When Harry landed back on Hogwarts grounds, it was not to cheers. It was to screams. Cedric's lifeless form lay in the grass. And in Harry's mind, Voldemort's voice whispered still. "I have returned." The Triwizard Cup landed with a dull thump on the grass just beyond the maze, glowing faintly, inert. Harry collapsed beside it, Cedric's body sprawled across the damp earth. For a moment, there was no reaction. The crowd, eager seconds before, went silent. Not in awe, but in confusion. Then screams. One voice louder than the rest. Amos Diggory. He shoved through the crowd like a man drowning. "That's my son. That's my boy." His cry shattered the silence, turning confusion to horror. The pitch, once filled with celebration, twisted into grief. People surged forward. Dumbledore was already there, wand drawn, eyes locked on Harry. Harry was pale. His mouth moved, but no sound emerged. His hands trembled violently, still stained red. "His back," he whispered. "Voldemort, his back." Dumbledore moved quickly. He signaled to McGonagall, who began to clear the crowd. To Snape, who disappeared into the castle at once. To Hagrid, who helped carry Cedric's body, gently, reverently. The Weasleys tried to reach Harry, but Dumbledore stopped them. "He needs to be taken inside. Now." Madame Pomfrey met them at the castle doors. But Harry shook his head. He didn't want healing. He didn't want comfort. He wanted someone to believe him. They reached the hospital wing. Harry sat on the edge of a bed, silent. Then Dumbledore entered with a man Harry didn't recognize. Thin, solemn, eyes behind round glasses. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "This is Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." Fudge stepped forward with awkward authority. "Terribly sorry, my boy. Tragic, tragic business. Such a fine lad, Cedric. But accidents do happen in these events." Harry stared. "It wasn't an accident." Fudge blinked. "I'm sorry. Voldemort is back," Harry said. "He killed Cedric. He's got a body now. Flesh and blood. He's back." The silence that followed was long. Then Fudge laughed nervously. "Come now. Harry. You know who? Reborn? Surely you must have, a portkey mishap, trauma, confusion, naturally." "I saw him," Harry snapped. "I fought him. Ask Dumbledore." Fudge turned to Dumbledore. And Dumbledore, without hesitation, said, "Everything Harry has told you is true." But Fudge would not accept it. The conversation deteriorated quickly. Accusations. Denials. Fudge's face grew red. His voice, shrill. This is madness. Dumbledore, you're making a grave error. If you're suggesting we prepare for war. That is exactly what I'm suggesting, Dumbledore said calmly. Then you leave me no choice. Fudge stormed out. And with him went the truth. In the hours that followed, Hogwarts shifted. The tournament was ended. The final feast became a memorial. A black banner draped across the Great Hall. Students sat in silence. Some wept. Others simply stared. When Dumbledore stood to speak, he did not hide the truth. He named Voldemort. Spoke of Cedric's murder. Warned them of what was coming. Many of the students believed him. The Ministry did not. The papers the next morning told a different story. Boy who cried wolf, Potter's confused return. Dumbledore declares Dark Lord rises again, no evidence provided. Rita Skeeter's words were vicious. The Ministry's denial, absolute. The lie spread faster than the truth. And so, the First War ended not with a battle, but with a body in the grass, and a truth no one would hear. And the Second War began in silence. In denial. In fear. But in the shadows of that silence, Dumbledore moved. And Harry Potter, who had faced death and returned, began to understand. He was not just the boy who lived. He was now the boy who knew. And that, in the eyes of the world, was far more dangerous. The silence that followed the Triwizard Tournament did not last long. Within days of Cedric Diggory's death, the Ministry of Magic began its slow and deliberate erasure of the facts. Statements were made, investigations stalled, articles retracted. Where Harry Potter spoke of resurrection and murder, official reports spoke only of tragedy and illusion. Cornelius Fudge's grip on power tightened with paranoia, and his refusal to speak the Dark Lord's name became policy. But not all were deceived. In a dusty kitchen at number 12, Grimmauld Place, a house that had long since fallen into shadow and disuse, footsteps echoed once again. It was not the noise of a family returning, but of a resistance awakening. One by one, they arrived. Veterans of the last war, battle-worn but not broken, summoned not by panic but by purpose. Dumbledore moved swiftly in those early days. He knew what was coming. There was no luxury of hesitation, no space for comfort. Those who had stood with him 15 years before answered the call once more. Minerva McGonagall, grave and unflinching. Remus Lupin, tired but resolute. Alastor Moody, freed from his trunk, bruised in body but not in mind. Kingsley Shacklebolt, calm and keen-eyed. Arthur and Molly Weasley, steadfast as ever. This time, the enemy did not wear colors. He wore doubt. He moved through newspapers and bureaucratic procedure. The fight was no longer only magical, it was political, spiritual, systemic. Voldemort had learned from his first defeat. So had those who survived it. The Order of the Phoenix had returned. The headquarters, hidden beneath layers of enchantment, had once belonged to the Black family, a lineage stained with blood and ideology. Now, its walls bore witness to planning, to whispered names, to secrets too dangerous to write down. The long dining table hosted discussions of known Death Eaters, unexplained disappearances, and strategic positioning across the wizarding world. Dumbledore did not. The house itself seemed to resist occupation. It took days just to make rooms inhabitable. Yet slowly, the headquarters came alive. Owls arrived at odd hours. Letters written in vanishing ink passed hands. Wards were tested and retested. Even mundane items were now examined with suspicion, Polyjuice, Imperius. Cursed objects, All were possible weapons in a war fought partially from the shadows. Harry, though still recovering from the weight of Cedric's death, was not yet part of the Order. Dumbledore kept him at a distance, not out of malice, but necessity. The boy's connection to Voldemort was growing, the full implications still unfolding. It was a silence that would later haunt them both, the withholding of truth in the name of protection. But the Order's work moved forward. While the world outside dismissed Voldemort as fantasy, inside Grimmauld Place, his name was spoken with deadly seriousness. It was not a question of if he would move, but when, and how. Across the country, whispers emerged. A man vanished from Knockturn Alley, his shop left open, gold on the counter untouched. A Muggle family near Dover found their home scorched, all their mirrors shattered inward. At St. Mungo's, a patient long comatose began to scream the Dark Lord's name in his sleep. None of it made the prophet. But the Order noticed. And remembered. As the weeks passed, they built again what had once been dismantled by time and denial. Old spells were reforged. Hidden allies recontacted. Safe houses reopened. Messages were carried not by owl, but by phoenix feather, by coin, by disguised patronus. There was no fanfare. No public recognition. Only the quiet, tireless work of those who understood what was coming. And though the rest of the world looked away, the Order did not. For they had seen Voldemort rise once before. And they would not let it happen again unchallenged. The Ministry of Magic had many departments. Each housed in levels stacked deep beneath the streets of London, each committed to the governance of magical affairs. Most dealt in paperwork, permits, and regulation. A few specialized in research. Fewer still concerned themselves with what lay at the farthest depths of the Ministry, Level 9, the Department of Mysteries. Few witches or wizards, even within the Ministry itself, knew the true extent of what was studied there. Its employees, the unspeakables, were forbidden to speak of their work, even among themselves. They passed through enchanted doors in silence, moved through hallways without windows, and vanished for hours at a time behind doorways that did not always lead to the same place twice. And within those chambers, secured by enchantment so ancient their creators were long dead, rested something Voldemort wanted. He called it a weapon, though it bore no blade and cast no curse. It had no handle, no trigger. It did not kill, not directly. But it could change everything. Voldemort had become aware of its existence shortly after his return to flesh. Through whispers. Through dreams. Through the memory of his failed possession of Harry Potter at the graveyard, when the boy's touch had burned his skin with protection drawn from love. There was magic older than incantation, buried magic. Something powerful enough to shield, perhaps even destroy, and it was kept at the heart of the Ministry. At first, he tried to learn of it through spies. But the Ministry, paranoid and oblivious, had begun locking down information in its own way. So Voldemort did what he had always done best, he turned his attention to manipulation. Not of people, but of mind. Harry Potter's mind, specifically. What Dumbledore feared was already beginning. Through their shared connection, forged in blood, through one cause, through prophecy, Voldemort began to see through Harry's eyes. Not always, not clearly, but in flashes. In corridors. In dreams. Harry would wake breathless, soaked in sweat, unable to explain why the door at the end of a hallway felt important, or why he kept imagining rows of glass spheres, endless and humming. That corridor was not a dream. It was real. It was the Hall of Prophecy. There, deep within the Department of Mysteries, lay thousands of glass orbs, each bearing the record of a spoken prophecy, enchanted so that only the subjects of the prophecy could retrieve them. One bore Harry's name. And Voldemort's. Neither had ever heard its contents. But Voldemort had begun to suspect that within that fragile sphere lay the key to understanding why he had failed to kill Harry, why his killing curse had rebounded, and, perhaps, how to ensure that it would never fail again. He needed that knowledge. And to retrieve it himself would be impossible. Only Harry could take it. So Voldemort waited. He did not strike. He did not storm the Ministry. He simply began planting visions, shaping dreams, luring Harry with false feelings of urgency and dread. He showed him the door again and again, black, handleless, silent. Always just out of reach. He made Harry believe something important was hidden there. A weapon. Something the Order must protect. Something worth risking everything to uncover. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was not blind to the danger, but his attempts to shield Harry came too late and too imperfectly. The connection had been forged long before, in the cradle, perhaps even at the moment of Lily Potter's sacrifice. To sever it entirely would require time, trust, and transparency, things Harry was not granted in the wake of Cedric's death. Instead, Harry was kept in the dark. Told little. Given half-truths. And as the dreams grew more vivid, as the corridor became not just familiar, but longed for, the trap slowly closed. Within the Order, some had begun to sense what Voldemort was after, though few understood it completely. Snape, reinstated under Dumbledore's orders, was instructed to begin occlumency lessons with Harry, a desperate attempt to guard the boy's thoughts from intrusion. But Harry, angry, grieving, and isolated, resisted. He did not understand the urgency. He did not want Snape's help. And in his refusal, the connection grew deeper. The so-called weapon was never a blade. It was knowledge. A prophecy spoken in a shadowed room. A truth so powerful it had been hidden, unspoken, even by those who had built the Order itself. And as the year crept forward, and Voldemort's whispers deepened, the prophecy waited, suspended in its glass cradle, for the day one of them would come to claim it. Not with force, but with intent. And that day was drawing near. The connection had deepened. It was no longer confined to dreams. No longer restricted to the hours between dusk and dawn. By winter, Voldemort had begun to invade Harry's thoughts while he was awake, slipping into moments of distraction like water through cracked stone. Harry did not always recognize it at first. He would stare at doorknobs too long, feel cold in rooms with no windows, or hear whispering voices that no one else acknowledged. Sometimes, he would blink and find himself elsewhere, seeing the world not through his own eyes, but through Voldemort's. He watched the Dark Lord walk dim corridors, examine strange artifacts, even cast spells. It was more than a dream. It was a bridge. And while it remained open, Harry's mind would never be his alone. Dumbledore, upon recognizing the depth of this intrusion, acted swiftly. With a careful, quiet urgency, he arranged for occlumency instruction, a branch of magic designed to protect the mind from external influence. A defense of will. A severing of connections. The task of teaching it was given to Severus Snape. It was not a choice made lightly. Snape's past with Harry, volatile, bitter, unresolved, made him a poor candidate in temperament. But he was a master of the craft. And Dumbledore's options were limited. The lessons began in a hidden room behind a tapestry on the 3rd floor, once used for dueling practice. The windows were narrow. The walls, soundproofed. And in the center stood 2 wizards whose mutual resentment hummed like a static charge in the air. Snape explained little. His instruction was direct, forceful, and void of comfort. Occlumency was not about incantations or gestures. It was about control. About the construction of mental barriers, emotional walls, the erasure of thought before it could be read. It demanded discipline. But Harry, still grieving, still angry, had little of that to give. The sessions often ended in pain, not physical, but psychic. Snape would shout legilimens and Harry would be thrown backward into his own memories. The sensation was invasive, humiliating. Visions of his mother's death, of Cedric's body, of Dumbledore's silence, all resurfaced in vivid clarity, drawn forth like secrets under torture. He tried to fight back. But occlumency was not about fighting. It was about letting go. And Harry could not. Outside the lessons, the connection worsened. There were days when he would wake up breathless, moments when he would say things he didn't remember thinking. The visions became more vivid, and the emotions, not his own, bled into his waking self. Anger without cause. Fear without reason. Satisfaction that sickened him. At night, he dreamed of the Department of Mysteries again. He saw the black door, endlessly locked, then open. He saw rows of glowing glass orbs. One, in particular, always pulled his attention. It hummed. It beckoned. It was calling to him. Or rather, it was Voldemort's desire made manifest in his subconscious. The prophecy's location had become his obsession. And through Harry, that obsession deepened. Snape's lessons, already brittle, collapsed completely after a single misstep. One evening, in an effort to demonstrate the consequence of weak mental barriers, Snape allowed Harry to cast Legilimens on him, just once. The spell struck, and Harry fell not into Snape's classroom, but into his memories. He saw a schoolboy version of Snape, cornered and humiliated, laughed at by James Potter. He saw Lily, Harry's mother, trying to intervene. He saw shame. Rage. The words that ended their friendship. Snape ripped the connection away, his face pale with fury. The lesson ended there, not just for the night, but forever. He refused to teach Harry again. And the door to Harry's mind remained open. Dumbledore did not reinstate the lessons. He was growing more distant, more deliberate in his silence. He offered no explanation, only cold concern. And so, Harry remained vulnerable. The link between boy and Dark Lord, once a trickle, had become a channel. It no longer belonged to either of them alone. It flowed both ways. Voldemort fed Harry visions, emotions, compulsions. And through Harry, Voldemort hoped to achieve the one thing he could not do himself, retrieve the prophecy. The failure of occlumency was not just a personal loss. It was a strategic disaster. And in time, it would lead to the trap at the Ministry, where truths long buried would finally rise, and not everyone would return. The dreams had sharpened. The vision that once wavered on the edge of sleep now stood clear and vivid in Harry's waking mind. The corridor no longer felt imagined, it pulsed with realism. Smooth stone floors stretched in symmetrical silence. Arched doorways lined the walls, most locked, some flickering with pale blue light. And at the end of it all stood the heavy black door. It opened now without resistance. And always, beyond it, the same room. A circular chamber, constantly rotating. A second door. And then, the Hall of Prophecy. Harry had never been there, not physically, but his feet knew the distance. His eyes moved confidently through the shelves. He could even feel the glass of the orb beneath his fingers before waking with a start, chest heaving, hands trembling, a name ringing in his ears. SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. He had to see it. He had to know. This wasn't just curiosity anymore, it was a compulsion. Voldemort, hidden far from Hogwarts, knew exactly how much to show, how much to stir. His whispers were no longer aggressive, no longer threatening. They were urgent. Pleading. He gave Harry not commands, but images, a man trapped, tortured, held within the department itself. Sirius Black, broken and bound, screaming Harry's name. It was a lie. but the image was so complete, so emotionally potent, that Harry accepted it without resistance. The fear that Sirius had been captured became the matchstick to Voldemort's plan. Dumbledore had insisted that the prophecy could not be touched by anyone except those named within it. He had kept its content secret, even from Harry himself. But Voldemort, denied access by the enchantments, needed a proxy. Harry's hand, not his. So he drew him in. Not through force, through love. Through the one thing Voldemort could not understand, but knew how to exploit. And Harry, desperate to save his godfather, did what Voldemort hoped. He gathered his friends. He prepared to enter the Ministry. Accessing the Department of Mysteries was never intended to be easy. But for those who believed in what they were doing, who pushed past the alarms and thresholds, the Ministry became navigable in its silence. By night, Harry and his companions, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna, entered through the phone booth entrance in London, descending level by level until the great metal doors of the department opened before them. Inside, the rooms were still and vast. Gravity bent in strange ways. Time did not move as it should. The department was not only a place of research but of containment, filled with chambers holding secrets too dangerous to live in the world above. Eventually, they reached it. The black door. The circular room. The rotating doors. And finally, the Hall of Prophecy. It was a place without echo. Glass orbs glowed softly on shelf after shelf, suspended in a kind of permanent stasis. Most bore no labels beyond initials or abbreviations. Only those destined to hear them could unlock their contents. Harry's hand hesitated at first. But then he saw it. Row 97. The orb bearing his name. When he touched it, a whisper stirred within the glass. Cold and ancient. But before he could hear more, the trap sprang. The Death Eaters arrived with sharp precision, surrounding the room in black masks and silence. They had been waiting, watching, for Harry to take the prophecy, for the enchantment to break. Their goal was not to kill. Not yet. It was to retrieve. They wanted the orb. Harry refused. What followed was not a duel, but a shattering. Shelves cracked. Orbs splintered. Ghostly prophesy screamed as they were destroyed, voices of long-dead seers echoing through the vast chamber before fading into nothing. His friends fought bravely. None of them had been trained for war, yet none hesitated. Neville, bleeding and broken-toothed, refused to run. Luna, serene even in chaos, brought shelves crashing down with controlled destruction. Ginny, wandless after a curse shattered it, wielded fragments of magic like weapons. Ron, disoriented by a spell, still threw himself between Harry and danger. And Hermione, struck early, lay unconscious and breathing shallow. They were outnumbered. Overpowered. But they held. Until the Order of the Phoenix arrived. Flashes of light tore through the darkness. Sirius. Remus. Kingsley. Tonks. Moody. The fight escalated into a blur of curses and collapsing architecture. Spells ricocheted off shattered spheres. Voices rose and fell. The prophecy orb remained in Harry's hand, glowing and intact, even as glass rained down around him. But then, a wand. A spell. And the orb fell. It shattered on the floor with a sound unlike glass. The knowledge it carried, gone. There was no time to mourn it. In the chaos, the worst moment arrived not as a scream, but as a flash. Bellatrix Lestrange, laughing, dueling recklessly, turned her wand not at Harry, but at Sirius. The veil within the death chamber whispered as it always had. Sirius dodged once. Smiled. And then the spell struck him squarely in the chest. He fell backward. into the arch, and was gone. No cry. No final words. Just silence. Harry stared at the place where his godfather had been. He waited for him to reappear. He never did. The arch stood motionless, its stone frame cracked and worn with age, its veil thin as breath. Drifting though there was no wind. No one knew who had built it. No one knew when. It was simply there, in the department's most enigmatic chamber, like a truth too old to question. Only one thing was certain. No one who passed through it ever returned. Harry didn't believe it, not at first. When Sirius fell, his body vanished beyond the black curtain, swallowed in total silence. No flash, no cry, no burst of magical light. He simply tipped backward, expression frozen between defiance and disbelief, and was gone. Harry sprinted forward, heart beating with blind hope. He called out. Waited. Even reached toward the veil itself. It rippled faintly, responding as though it were alive. Somewhere behind it, he was sure, Sirius must still be standing. Must still be breathing. But the veil did not yield. There was no echo. No return. Only the dull, unbreakable finality of death. The battle still raged around him, curses firing from every corner of the stone amphitheater. The surviving members of the Order dueled with lethal precision, pushing back the Death Eaters who had begun to retreat once their mission had failed. But Harry remained at the edge of the arch, frozen. His wand useless in his grip. His world narrowing to that spot where his godfather had vanished. It was Remus Lupin who pulled him back. Not gently. Not with explanation. He seized Harry by the shoulders, dragged him behind the pillar, and held him fast. Harry screamed. He insisted Sirius wasn't dead, couldn't be. That he would come back. That he had just fallen. The veil wasn't death, it was a passage, a veil. Something could be done. But Remus's eyes held no comfort. Only the grief of a man who had lost everything once before, and now, once again. The arrival of Albus Dumbledore shattered the battle like glass underfoot. He apparat into the chamber not with drama, but with a force so ancient and commanding that the very air shifted. His spells moved faster than thought, non-verbal and precise, disarming and binding the remaining Death Eaters before they could retreat. Even Bellatrix Lestrange was forced to flee, slipping through the Ministry's shadows with laughter that echoed long after she vanished. The chamber quieted. Bodies lay still. Dust hung in the air. And Sirius Black was not among them. The Ministry had not yet responded. No auras arrived. No alarms had sounded in the levels above. The Department of Mysteries remained untouched by bureaucracy, a fortress built around questions, not answers. Dumbledore took control quickly. Injured were treated. The children were gathered. The prophecy was confirmed lost, its knowledge now unrecoverable, unless someone who had once heard it survived. Only Dumbledore had. And he remained silent. Harry did not. Ed her ankle. Neville's nose had been broken. And all of them bore the same exhaustion, a weight too large for their years. But Harry bore the heaviest loss. Not the prophecy. Not the weapon. Not even the knowledge of Voldemort's trap. He had lost family. The only person who had ever looked at him with the eyes of both past and future, who had seen him as more than the boy who lived. The only adult who had loved him not as Symbol, but as Harry. And that could not be replaced. In the days that followed, the Ministry could no longer pretend. Too many had witnessed too much. The presence of Death Eaters inside the Department of Mysteries could not be erased. Cornelius Fudge was forced, at last, to acknowledge Voldemort's return. He gave a press conference with shaking hands. His words were empty. But the tide had shifted. The wizarding world now understood that they were at war, though many still failed to grasp what that meant. For Harry, war had already taken something that no apology could restore. At night, he dreamed of the Veil. Not in motion. Not with sound. Just drifting, like memory through fog. He would spend years wondering if there had been a way to reach through it. To take Sirius's hand. To pull him back. But magic does not undo death. And the Veil does not give back what it has taken. The castle had never felt emptier. Though the term had not yet ended and the corridors still echoed with students' voices, there was a kind of hush over Hogwarts, the hush of mourning, of consequence. The Triwizard Tournament had shattered the illusion of safety the previous year, but Sirius Black's death had broken something more personal, more internal. A silence of grief had taken root behind Harry's eyes, and no charm, no class, no game of wizard chess could unseat it. The prophecy was gone, shattered in the Department of Mysteries. But Dumbledore, who had been silent for too long, at last chose to speak. He summoned Harry not to his office, but to a private chamber where the walls flickered with golden candlelight and ancient shelves sagged with books bound in fading leather. There were no distractions here, no phoenix to sing, no portraits to interrupt. Just the truth, waiting. And Dumbledore gave it to him. Not in bits, not with riddles, but plainly. The orb had been only a vessel. The real prophecy had been spoken years ago, heard and remembered by Severus Snape, delivered in fragments to Voldemort, and now held in full by Dumbledore himself. It had been made before Harry was born, in a small room above the Hogshead Inn, to a young Dumbledore by a seer named Sybil Trelawney, whose gift was rarely more than theatre, but whose voice, that night, had rung with the unmistakable cadence of true prophecy. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies? And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other. For neither can live while the other survives. It fell into the air between them like a spell without a countercurse. Harry, marked by a scar not just of lightning but of destiny, stared into nothing. The prophecy did not shock him so much as it confirmed what he had always feared, that his life was not his own. That all of this, from the cupboard under the stairs to the graveyard to the department, had not been a story unfolding, but a path laid before him long ago. He had not been chosen by prophecy. Voldemort had made him the subject of it by acting on it. In attempting to prevent it, he had fulfilled it. By attacking the Potters, by choosing Harry over another child born that same July, Voldemort had marked him as his equal, had made him the only one who could end the cycle. In doing so, he had created the very enemy the prophecy foretold. There could be no retreat from it. No safety. No rest. Only the end. One of them would have to die at the hand of the other. And until that day, neither could truly live. Dumbledore's face, always a mask of calm and insight, held something different that night, a profound sorrow. Not pity, but guilt. He admitted that he had withheld the prophecy out of love, out of a misguided hope that Harry might live a childhood untouched by the burden of fate. But in delaying the truth, he had only sharpened its edges. Harry did not cry. He did not rage. But something in him hardened. He left the chamber in silence, the words echoing like a spell etched into his bones. The prophecy was no longer a secret. It was a weight he would carry into every duel, every choice. He could not ignore it. And he would not run from it. He understood now why Voldemort feared him. Not because of his strength. Not because of his magic. But because of something the Dark Lord could not possess, could never understand. The prophecy had named it only in passing. Power the Dark Lord knows not. It was love. The force that had saved him as an infant. The force that had protected him through every loss, through every scar. And it would be that force, not prophecy alone, that would decide the end. The wizarding world did not collapse overnight. It happened quietly, in steps and shadows, until fear became routine and disappearance became expected. With the Ministry's forced acknowledgement of Voldemort's return, the illusion of order remained, but its foundation had cracked. Cornelius Fudge, once defiant in denial, found his authority crumbling beneath him. Public trust had vanished, and with it, the fragile alliance between the Ministry and its citizens. His resignation was not announced, it was orchestrated. In his place rose Rufus Scrimgeour, formerly head of the Auror Office. Scrimgeour was a warrior first, a politician second, his face carved by conflict, his manner brisk and tactical. To the public, he represented strength. To the Ministry survivors, he represented stability. But to Dumbledore and those closest to Harry, he represented more of the same, a leader who valued control over clarity, who saw Harry not as a person, but as a symbol to be wielded. Scrimgeour's earliest efforts were not aimed at defeating Voldemort, but at managing perception. He sought Harry's cooperation not in spells, but in smiles. Public appearances. Carefully worded interviews. He wanted the boy who lived to become the boy who believed, in the Ministry, in procedure, in unity. But Harry, older now, and harder, refused. He had seen the cost of silence. Of public comfort purchased with private suffering. He would not sell hope in exchange for propaganda. The minister's hand, offered in alliance, was refused, quietly, but firmly. Meanwhile, the Order of the Phoenix operated deeper in shadow than ever before. Their headquarters at number 12, Grimmauld Place, had become more than a meeting hall, it was now a sanctuary. Protected by the Fidelius charm, it served as both command post and shelter for those whose names appeared on Voldemort's growing list. Muggle-born witches and wizards vanished from their homes. Some fled. Some were taken. Rumors surfaced of strange trials, new laws, and pureblood supremacy re-emerging in whispered policy. Werewolves, once ignored, were now recruited. Fenrir Greyback's name began appearing in connection with attacks on wizarding children. Giants, long exiled, were reportedly sought by Voldemort's envoys. Even within the ranks of the Aurors, questions of loyalty became common. Not everyone within the Ministry resisted the new power rising. Old laws were dusted off. Old alliances reawakened. And old enemies returned. Among them was Bellatrix Lestrange, who, now free and fully aligned with Voldemort once more, began striking at targets not for strategy, but for cruelty. Her name became associated with missing families, burned homes, and the hollowed remains of those who resisted too late. Meanwhile, Severus Snape, ever the enigma, had returned to Voldemort's side. Officially, he had rejoined the Death Eaters. But unofficially, Dumbledore insisted, he remained loyal to the Order. His role was to deceive, to observe, to mislead. His orders were not public. His protection was not universal. Many within the Order, particularly Molly and Moody, distrusted him deeply. But Dumbledore stood by his decision, a trust rooted in some history he refused to reveal. The war had not yet erupted. But the signs were everywhere. In Diagon Alley, storefronts shuttered early. Gringotts employed doubled security, goblins now carrying blades as well as ledgers. Owl traffic increased exponentially, with messages coded, jinxed, and disguised. Hogsmeade felt watchful. The Prophet, censored. The Hogwarts Express, guarded. And still, no one said the word war. But they all prepared for it. Through it all, Harry remained at Hogwarts. The final year before his majority passed in a haze of training, vigilance, and memory. He no longer saw the castle as sanctuary, it was a garrison, and he its soldier. Dumbledore had begun to share more, but never everything. They were preparing for something greater than just confrontation. They were preparing to finish what had begun 17 years earlier. The world was now divided, not between good and evil, but between those who understood what was coming and those who would realize it too late. As the echoes of battle faded from Harry's memory and the station returned to its gentle hum, he found his gaze lingering on the scarlet engine that had carried generations to and from magic. Few knew its story, but the Hogwarts Express had a history as enchanted and defiant as the castle it served. You ever think about this? Every student, Harry, Hermione, Tom Riddle, even Bellatrix Lestrange, they all took the same train. Same tracks. Same seats. Same red engine rolling through time like it's part of something bigger. But why a train? Why not brooms, or portkeys, or Floo powder? Why enchant a Muggle invention with magic so old it nearly tore a hole in the Ministry? And how did the Hogwarts Express survive not just one, but 2 dark wars, ghost hauntings, and magical sabotage that could have erased it from wizarding history completely? This isn't just a train. It's a relic. A vault of memories on rails. A spell you can ride. Before we dive in, pause a second. Where are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Seriously. Look at the clock. I want you to remember this moment, because something about this story is going to stay with you long after the video ends. In this video, we're unlocking the real origin of the Hogwarts Express. The secret Ministry mission that built it, the ghosts that haunt it, the curses that nearly derailed it, and how the train itself might actually remember the students it carries. And before you get too comfy or drift off, hit like now to help more people find this story. Trust me, you're not going to want to forget what you hear today. Now grab your trunk. Watch the barrier. We're boarding the train that built a school and maybe saved it. The year was 1827, and the wizarding world was in chaos. Every September, the Ministry of Magic found itself frantically dispatching Obliviators across the British Isles, erasing the memories of Muggle bystanders who had witnessed inexplicable flashes of green fire erupting from chimneys, winged carriages weaving between clouds, or, on one especially disastrous occasion, a herd of centaur messengers galloping across the Yorkshire Dales carrying first-year's trunks. This was not how Albus Wintle, head of the Department of Magical Transportation, had envisioned the modern age of magical travel. His tea had gone cold again, untouched for the 3rd time that morning, as he stared at the stack of parchment detailing transportation incidents from the latest Hogwarts intake. A portkey had gone off half a minute too early, sending 2 slithering girls spiraling into the underground cellars of Honeydukes. A Thestral-drawn carriage had overturned after a second year insisted on casting a levitation charm mid-flight. Worse yet, a young Muggle-born boy from Belfast had ended up trapped in a malfunctioning Floo connection, spinning endlessly between 2 fireplaces in Glasgow. Wintle let out a long sigh and turned to his window. Diagon Alley bustled just beyond the Soot Street glass, but even its familiar cheer couldn't distract from the problem plaguing British wizardry. Hogwarts was simply too far, and too many children were arriving by far too many magical methods. In the adjacent office, Evangeline Orford, senior enchanter of magical innovations, was already drafting her proposal. Her quill moved in clean, precise strokes, sketching diagrams of locomotion runes and concealment charms that could render an entire train invisible to Muggles. She had long believed that if Muggles could move hundreds of passengers through countryside and city in a single machine of steel and steam, then wizards, surely, could do it better. And safer. But hers was a radical idea. Wizards distrusted Muggle inventions. Trains, to the average pureblood patriarch, reeked of soot, oil, and dangerous ideas. To place the transportation of the nation's wizarding children in the hands of a non-magical contraption was unthinkable to many. And yet, it was precisely that resistance Evangeline had prepared for. She stood now before the Wizengamot, facing a semicircle of robed figures who watched her with unreadable eyes. The courtroom thrummed with faint magic, the echoes of ancient enchantments clinging to the carved stone. "We are not suggesting integration with Muggle society," she said clearly, holding her scroll aloft. "We are proposing innovation under cover of enchantment. A self-contained, ministry-controlled, magically shielded railway system based on a Muggle engine, yes, but modified to the highest standards of magical concealment." A ripple of murmurs spread through the chamber. "Miss Orford," drawled Hezekiah Blackwood, a senior counselor and known traditionalist, "are you honestly proposing that we herd our young into a smog-belching machine? The current alternatives involve flying hippogriffs and experimental broomstick cradles," she countered. "If safety is our priority, we must evolve." Silence. Then Wintle stepped forward. "We've tried patches. It's time we built a system." The decision was not unanimous, but it passed, barely. The experimental project was greenlit, under one condition: complete secrecy. The Muggle government could know nothing. Not even the train engineers. Construction began under the pretense of a private rail company. The site was chosen for its remoteness, a valley near Crewe, shrouded in natural fog and laced with protective enchantments dating back to Druidic times. Here, Muggle workers assembled the body of the train, supervised discreetly by witches and wizards under Polyjuice potion. At night, the magical team worked their enchantments. Runes of expansion were etched beneath floorboards to accommodate shifting corridors. Displacement charms bent geography, allowing the train to reach a castle in the Scottish Highlands within hours. And at the train's very heart, a magically reinforced boiler hummed with phoenix feather embers and an ancient stabilizing spell whispered into its casing by unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries. The train was unlike anything the wizarding world had seen. It gleamed deep crimson beneath its spells, its sides polished to a mirror-like finish that shimmered under the wand light. It had 12 compartments per carriage, a sweet trolley charm to never run out, and a subtle enchantment that caused time to bend slightly within, enough that even latecomers would never miss the start of the term. But the greatest secret of all was Platform 9 3/4. Orford, ever the innovator, devised the platform as a meeting point between magical and Muggle realities. Hiding in plain sight at King's Cross, it could be accessed only by wizards who walked through the barrier with intent. To Muggles, it was just an ordinary wall. To witches and wizards, it became a gateway to a new age. The platform opened on August 31, 1838. The train stood waiting. It emitted no steam, no screech of iron on track, only a soft hum of magic held in perfect tension. Orford stood beside it, her black robes catching the rising breeze, her face calm despite the skeptical whispers gathering behind her. The first group of students appeared through the barrier. A boy with flaming red hair dragged a battered trunk. A girl clutched a cat to her chest. Then more followed. Eyes widened. Smiles formed. Skepticism faded into awe. By evening, as the sun dipped behind King's Cross, the Hogwarts Express had made its first journey north. Far in the Highlands, the staff of Hogwarts waited at Hogsmeade Station, unsure what to expect. But the train arrived on time, smooth, silent, and perfect. Headmaster Sylvanus Kettleburn, then only a young Transfiguration professor, watched the students disembark. "So," he whispered, brushing soot from his sleeve, "this is the future." Behind him, Headmistress Millicent Blore nodded. No more broken brooms. No more disapparated knees. Just children. Safe. But not everyone rejoiced. Deep in Wiltshire, at the estate of House Rosier, a letter was crumpled in fury. And in a smoky London tavern, a man known only as Arth swore he would never let his bloodline set foot on that Muggle-born monstrosity. The Hogwarts Express, though born in hope, would ride the rails of resistance for decades to come. And yet, it endured. As the engine's first magical steam rose above the chimney and vanished into the night, a new era of wizarding travel had begun, one of steel, spellcraft, and stories that would echo through generations. By spring of 1838, the Muggle-built shell of the train sat complete in a secluded yard outside Crewe. The air around it shimmered with layered protective enchantments, each woven so tightly that time itself seemed to move more slowly inside its bounds. What had begun as a sketch on Evangeline Orford's desk had become a gleaming crimson giant, a prototype Muggle steam engine awaiting a soul. But what Orford and the Ministry had constructed was not yet a Hogwarts Express. It was still a shell, a marvel of Muggle engineering, yes, but inert. Lifeless. What it needed now was enchantment, and that meant drawing on magic far older and more unpredictable than many dared to channel. They called in the unspeakables. Not even Wintle knew the full names of the men and women who arrived that June under cover of night, shrouded in robes of storm-cloud grey. The head of the team was a tall, androgynous figure with silver-threaded gloves and no visible wand. They carried a black scroll tube and spoke only once, "Where is the heart?" It was Orford who led them to the boiler. The enchantment would require 3 full nights, conducted under the solstice moon. It was a rite lost to time, revived only through fragmented records kept deep in the Department of Mysteries. The core of it was the Vinculum Arcanum, a binding spell used only on magical artifacts intended to outlive their creators. It required a nexus of ley lines, a vessel of intent, and a source of primal magic. They had the ley lines. Crewe stood on a confluence older than Roman Britain. They had the vessel, the train itself, a thing forged from iron, fire, and intention. But the primal magic? A phoenix feather. Donated, reluctantly, by a bird that had once belonged to a young Albus Dumbledore's ancestor, Persephone Dumbledore, an eccentric transfiguration theorist. The feather was suspended in a sphere of crystal above the engine's core, wrapped in a protective shell of shimmering charms. At midnight, the ritual began. From the scroll tube came words not spoken in 1,000 years. They echoed off steel and stone, making even the Muggle rails vibrate faintly. The unspeakables stood in a wide circle, wands drawn in silence. The train glowed red, then gold, then violet as magical circuits engraved beneath the plating surged to life. The vinculum took hold. For one impossible moment, the train screamed, not aloud, but in the magical ether, a high-pitched ripple that made every wand in a 5-mile radius hum. Its voice joined the world's hidden song. Wizards in faraway towns woke from sleep. Centaurs in the forbidden forest turned their ears toward the north. The Hogwarts Express had become more than metal. It had memory. But the enchantments were not purely functional. Orford and her team laced the train with spells for comfort and protection. The carriages bore expansion charms and self-cleaning hexes. Enchanted trolleys stocked with sweets would refill with a flick of the conductor's wand. Windows showed not just the outside but also illusions of fine weather, even during storms. More importantly, safety spells were layered like lacquer. Temporal cushioning, a mild distortion field made collisions nearly impossible, subtly bending time around potential disasters. Cloaking wards prevented Muggle detection even at close range, redirecting notice like water off an umbrella. Compartmentalized protection rooms, each carriage could seal itself independently in case of an attack or malfunction. Every enchantment was reinforced with a memory anchor, a magical safeguard to ensure the train would remember its state and self-correct if damaged. Finally, the naming. It was Wintle, of all people, who wrote the name across the engine side with his wand, Hogwarts Express. The letters shimmered briefly, then settled into gold-lined serif script. The train seemed to inhale deeply. A rush of warm air hissed from its vents. "That's it," murmured Orford, her voice shaking. "It's alive." Still, there remained one final test: concealment within the Muggle world. The train needed to appear nowhere on paper and everywhere by magical intent. the Ministry's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office collaborated with the Department of Magical Transportation to embed the entire train with displacement glyphs, spells that would allow the train to exist within invisible space. It would operate on Muggle rails, but Muggles would never see it, hear it, or remember it had passed. The greatest triumph, though, came from Orford herself, the platform convergence charm. Inspired by her extensive research into spatial magic, Orford created the spell that would make Platform 9 3/4 viable. It was not simply a platform, it was a liminal gateway, a magical crease between Muggle and wizarding realities. The wall at King's Cross became the scene. Crossing through with intent would fold the world slightly, slipping the traveler between the folds like a letter in an envelope. To test it, Orford herself sprinted into the wall between platforms 9 and 10 one rainy morning in late July. She disappeared. Wintle nearly fainted. Then she reappeared seconds later, smiling and soaked with magical condensation. "It works," she said. And it did. By August, the train was ready. Hogwarts faculty visited in secrecy, inspecting the compartments and noting the spell work. Professor Septimus Kettleburn suggested installing a small enchanted compartment for creatures and pets. Professor Meabel Thistlethwaite tested every charm, her spectacles fogging with delight. And on August 31st, the Hogwarts Express rolled for the first time from its hidden chamber into the magical fold of Platform 9 3/4. It whistled, not with steam, but with a magical resonance tuned specifically to the frequency of the Hogwarts wards. It was both a call and a promise, the school would be ready. That night, Orford sat alone in the engine compartment, her hand resting on the now cool crystal housing the phoenix feather. The cabin glowed faintly, more alive than ever. She whispered, "Carry them well." And the train, in its way, seemed to answer, its lights flickering in quiet acknowledgement. The morning of September 1st, 1839, dawned cool and mist-laden, the skies over London heavy with the scent of damp cobblestones and soot. Beneath King's Cross Station, veiled between the bustle of Muggle commuters and ironclad locomotives, a marvel of magical engineering waited in perfect stillness, the Hogwarts Express. Platform 9 3/4 was hidden in plain sight, its shimmering boundary humming faintly as Ministry officials, cloaked in civilian garb, patrolled the station. Above the roar of Muggle trains and the clatter of luggage trolleys, the air on the magical platform was tense with expectation. Evangeline Orford stood at the foot of the train, her ministry robes pristine, her expression unreadable. She held a clipboard, though she scarcely looked at it, her eyes fixed on the barrier as the first wave of students approached. From the Muggle side, they appeared to vanish into the stone wall, one by one, pairs of parents and children hurtling through the hidden seam in reality. From the magical side, they emerged with laughter, surprise, and wide-eyed wonder. The crimson engine loomed before them, its polished sides glinting in the morning haze, letters inlaid in gold, Hogwarts Express. The magical train, now thrumming with dormant energy, exhaled a slow hiss of warm, perfumed steam as the children boarded. Wizards and witches clustered in quiet awe. For most, this was their first glimpse of the enchanted marvel whispered about in the Daily Prophet and discussed in hushed tones in tea parlors and apothecaries. For others, particularly those with pure-blood heritage, it was a bitter pill, a symbol of unnecessary mingling with Muggle technology. Among the latter stood Alistair Black, his expression sharp beneath a black bowler hat, arms crossed as his young cousin prepared to board. "This is folly," he muttered to no one in particular. "A Muggle engine dressed in spells. My ancestors travelled by enchanted galleon through the sky, not in iron coffins." The conductor, a squat, cheerful wizard named Grimble Bunch, blew a gleaming brass whistle. It sang a single, high-pitched note across the platform, and the doors to the carriages slid open with an audible click. The students, ranging from wide-eyed first years to smug fourth years, scrambled aboard with chatter and dragging trunks. At 10:56 a.m., the doors closed. At 10:59 a.m., steam hissed softly from beneath the engine. And at 11 a.m. sharp, the Hogwarts Express rolled forward for the first time. Inside, the ride was like nothing the children, or their families, had ever experienced. The carriages were warm and brightly lit, charmed to smell faintly of cinnamon and parchment. The seats cushioned themselves to each passenger. Charms whispered around the ceiling created subtle skies, reflecting the countryside's passage in soft magical illusion. In the third carriage, a nervous Muggle-born named Gregory Fensworth sat wide-eyed beside a half-blood girl who explained that the trolley would soon arrive with all the best sweets, chocolate frogs that jump, you'll see. She was right. The trolley which came down the aisle with a smile as wide as her hat, distributing confections in exchange for sickles and nuts with mechanical grace. But not everything was well. At the halfway point, just as the train curved along a bend near the Peak District, the ambient hum of magic faltered. A shudder passed through the train. Inside the engine compartment, Grimble Bunch blinked as the pressure gauges fluctuated. Then came the shriek. It wasn't mechanical. It was magical. An echo in the ether. Something was interfering with the train's ley line stabilizers. Alarms activated, an ancient bell began to toll rhythmically through the compartments. Runes etched into the windows pulsed red. In the distance, a dark shimmer spread across the tracks like spilled ink. A curse lay directly across the rails. Someone had tampered with the route. Back at the Ministry, warning glyphs flared to life on Evangeline Orford's wall. She didn't wait for orders. Apparating to the scene, alongside 3 Aurors and a retired Professor Marchbanks, she arrived on a bluff overlooking the train just as the disturbance came into full view. Standing on the opposing track, arms outstretched, was Alistair Black, his wand pointed directly at the rails. Ancient curses spiraled from his fingers, Obscurus-rooted magic meant to displace magical objects from space. He meant to vanish the train mid-motion. He never got the chance. Professor Hortensia Marchbanks, small and stern, stepped forward from behind a thicket of brambles, lifting her wand without a word. A spiral of flame, phoenix-shaped and searing white, burst from her wand. Alistair shouted, ducked, but the curse was deflected. He was disarmed and stunned before he could cast again. A moment later, Orford raised both hands and spoke the Ancorus Maxima, the emergency stabilizer charm woven into the engine's binding spells. It pulsed through the ground like a heartbeat, and the Hogwarts Express shuddered, but did not derail. The ley lines adjusted, rerouted by magic older than any blood feud. The train surged forward once more, restabilized. The children inside never knew how close they'd come. That evening, as the express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, the sky above burned gold with late summer sun. Hogwarts Castle loomed. Cart had changed into a buffet of roast chicken and treacle tart for no reason at all. They laughed, jostled, smiled. Headmistress Millicent Blore, flanked by Professors Kettleburn and Thistlethwaite, watched as each child stepped onto the platform. The express, she whispered to herself, has earned its name. Behind her, Orford arrived quietly, having taken a private flue to the station. Her robes were scorched at the edges. Her wand hand trembled. But when she saw the train, intact, breathing its low magical hum, she allowed herself a rare smile. Carry them well, she repeated. And the train, as if listening, gave a low, sonorous whistle. A sound like memory and magic. Like a promise kept. The year was 1892, and the Hogwarts Express was now a fixture of magical life. Generations of witches and wizards had boarded its warm compartments and watched the Muggle world fade into the countryside, enchanted trolleys rattling past with promises of pumpkin pasties and cauldron cakes. It was tradition. It was comfort. It was safe. So when the dining car door slammed shut on its own, and stayed locked for the entire journey on the 1st of September, it sparked more than curiosity. It sparked fear. It began with fog. Not the gentle wisps common on Highland mornings, but a dense, unearthly fog that seeped in through the cracks of the train's ornate windows, curling around boots and swirling across compartments like ink dropped in water. In carriage 7, a Ravenclaw fifth-year named Agnes Blythe looked up from her copy of Magical Mechanisms of the Modern Era and frowned. Did the wards drop? She asked aloud, but her classmates only shrugged. In the next compartment, a first-year Muggle-born named Daisy Pindlehook watched with wide eyes as her chocolate frog leapt from its wrapper and vanished mid-air. A moment later, the room grew cold. Very cold. Conductor Grimble Bunch, now older, heavier, and with eyebrows like runaway broom bristles, sat in the engine cabin sipping tea. When the lanterns in the dining car flickered, he stood, scowling, and took up his wand. "Not again," he muttered. "Not you." He trudged down the corridor toward the dining car, his boots echoing in the strangely quiet passage. The windows along the corridor shimmered with condensation despite the dry weather outside. He reached the ornate double doors of the dining carriage and knocked twice. Nothing. He tried the handle. It didn't budge. With a sigh, he pointed his wand and muttered, "Alahomora." Still nothing. Then a voice drifted from within, whispery, off-key, and distinctly cheerful. "Tickets, please. All aboard, don't forget the dining car delights, sticky tarts and treacle fright." Bunch froze. He recognized the voice. "Thaddeus?" he called. A groan of iron answered him, followed by the slow creak of hinges, ancient, aching, unwilling. The doors opened. Inside, the dining car had changed. The usual warm mahogany tables and red velvet booths were replaced by long banquet tables covered in cobwebbed platters of long-rotted food. Silverware floated in the air, spinning gently. Candles hovered over each table, flames burning blue. And at the far end of the car, standing tall in spectral grey, was a ghostly figure in a tattered conductor's uniform. Thaddeus Thimble. He was pale, thin, and shimmered faintly. His mustache curled like a question mark. His conductor's cap sat slightly askew, and one ghostly hand clutched an old puncher, worn from centuries of phantom use. "Ah," Thaddeus said, smiling. "A guest?" Thaddeus Thimble had been the original assistant conductor of the Hogwarts Express, a cheerful, obsessive man who had insisted on checking every single ticket personally, even when the number of students grew to several hundred. He had died on board the Express in 1857 during a freak magical lightning storm over Loch Shiel, struck while protecting a group of second years from a ruptured containment rune. He had died a hero. But unlike most, Thaddeus had not moved on. He had refused to disembark. For years after his death, he'd been absent. Until now. "Thaddeus, this is not the time," Grimble said, stepping into the eerie car, wand at the ready. "You're frightening the students." Thaddeus tilted his translucent head. "But the train, she remembers me. She called me back." "She didn't," Grimble said gently. "You came of your own. You're welcome, but this," he gestured around at the cold, the fog, the floating utensils. "This is no way to announce yourself." A pause. Then Thaddeus blinked. "I thought it would be festive." The train gave a sudden lurch. In carriage 3, a Gryffindor fourth year named Elias Merriweather spilled pumpkin juice all over his robes and yelled, "Oi!" What was that? Agnes Blythe, always ready, stood. "Spectral displacement," she murmured. "The ghost is integrated into the core wards now. We're sharing magical pressure." Back in the dining car, the temperature dropped again. Grimble took a step forward. "Thaddeus," he said slowly, "do you want to stay?" The ghost considered. "I never left." "Then stay. But do it properly." Thaddeus nodded solemnly, and with a wave of his ghostly hand, the rotting platters vanished. The blue candle flames warmed into golden glow. The tables reappeared, clean and set. Even the cobwebs folded into nothingness like paper in firelight. The fog dispersed, and Thaddeus Thimble took his place beside the trolley which, holding out his ancient puncher and beaming with pride. "Tickets, please," he whispered. The news of the haunting spread quickly through the school, and by October, students looked forward to seeing Old Thimble at the start of each journey. Some claimed he could predict what house a first year would be sorted into just by glancing at their trunk. Others said he whispered advice, avoid the third-floor corridor this term, or shared stories of the train's hidden compartments. Professor Marchbanks returned to inspect the magical integration and declared, with a sniff, well, as long as he's helpful. The ministry considered removing him but ultimately ruled that so long as he causes no spectral disruptions or emotional trauma, he could remain as honorary conductor emeritus. Thaddeus Thimble's presence became part of Hogwarts lore. He never left the train, not even during the summer months. Some said he spent those days polishing spectral railings or whispering jokes into the firebox, keeping the magic alive. And every September 1st, when the lanterns flickered just before departure, a faint, familiar voice would echo down the carriages. "All aboard, the Hogwarts Express." The autumn of 1942 arrived with an unnatural stillness in the wizarding world. Far beyond the protective charms of Hogwarts and the invisible rails of the Hogwarts Express, shadows lengthened. Across Europe, Grindel's name was no longer spoken with fear, it was spoken with reverence by his followers and dread by the rest. Wizarding families whispered of disappearances, betrayals, and alignments once thought impossible. In Britain, the ministry walked a tightrope. Officially, it denounced Grindel. Unofficially, it feared provoking him. Yet through it all, one constant remained: the Hogwarts Express continued to run. It was not without risk. The train, once a marvel of innocence and exploration, had become a target. Not by Grindel directly, but by sympathizers within the Isles, radical pureblood supremacists and disillusioned magical theorists who believed Hogwarts should only educate the worthy. They viewed the train as a symbol of inclusivity. The great crimson equalizer that carried Muggleborns and purebloods alike in the same carriages, with the same sweets, and the same warm steam drifting from its enchanted chimney. So they plotted. They cursed sections of track. They released Confundus-charmed manticores onto the lines near Inverness. They tried, repeatedly, to disrupt the journey. But the Express endured, thanks to the work of unsung heroes. One such hero was a fourth-year Hufflepuff named Elias Dawlish, half-blood son of a Muggle mechanic and a Ravenclaw curse-breaker. Quiet, bookish, and awkward, Elias had an unusual affinity for wards, especially magical patterns based on Muggle circuitry, something he'd studied obsessively from his father's engineering journals. On September 1, 1942, Elias was seated in carriage 8 when the train jolted to a halt in the Cairngorms, far earlier than it should have. The lights flickered. Windows fogged. Something was wrong. Outside, grey shadows coalesced along the tree line. Not creatures, but humans, hooded, wand-bearing, and cloaked in the black sigils of Grindel's ideology. The train's protective wards held, but barely. The attackers weren't trying to board. They were casting anchoring hexes, binding the train to the earth, draining it of its speed and protection like sap from a tree. Inside, panic spread. Everyone back from the windows, shouted a prefect. Wands appeared. Younger students huddled under seats. The trolley which, older now, face-pinched with fear, pressed her palm against the dining car's hidden compartment, activating a defensive shield that flickered blue across the windows. Elias Dawlish, heart pounding, ignored the chaos. He dropped to the floor, opened his enchanted toolkit, and pried open a small brass panel beneath his seat, the emergency rune manifold. It was supposed to be accessed only by ministry personnel. But Elias had studied the diagrams. He knew the magical logic of the Hogwarts Express. While outside hexes cracked the outer shell of the train's charmwork, he reached inside the manifold and laid his hand across the core glyph, Repulsio Magnus. It had been dormant for decades, an emergency failsafe designed to eject magical interference using a pulse of compressed magical force. He whispered, "Sir, get Ignis." The glyph flared. A burst of invisible energy exploded outward from the train, invisible but ferocious. The hex lines cracked. The attackers stumbled. Their cloaking charms disintegrated. One dropped their wand. Another disapparated mid-fall. Inside, the lights returned. The train began to move again. Elias collapsed backward, exhausted but grinning. He never took credit. But by the time they reached Hogsmeade Station, the word had spread. And though the ministry covered it up, calling it a minor weather anomaly, the students knew. And Hogwarts awarded him a Medal of Magical Merit at term's end. That incident was one of many. In 1944, a Dementor swarm crossed the rails near Fort William. The train, thanks to wards renewed by Professors Dippet and Dumbledore, withstood their chilling presence. A trio of sixth-year Gryffindors cast simultaneous patronuses from opposite carriages, forming a protective corridor of silver mist. In 1945, during the Battle of Nurmengard, the Hogwarts Express was rerouted through Wales for the first time in its history. Its journey slowed but never stopped. A Muggle-born girl from Cardiff later wrote in her diary, "The train felt sad that day. Like it knew something big had ended. But also, like it was proud." In those years, the Express became more than transport. It became sanctuary. Headmaster Dippet began a tradition of greeting students at the station personally. The train staff added extra compartments for privacy, counseling, even, briefly, a traveling owlery for students worried about families abroad. And within the walls of the carriages, something else stirred. A consciousness? Perhaps it was the cumulative effect of years of protective enchantments, or the presence of so many powerful emotions, fear, hope, laughter, loss, but the Hogwarts Express developed a quiet sentience. It adjusted the temperature if a child was crying, shifted windows to show more peaceful landscapes. On rare occasions, it would subtly extend the journey by a few minutes, as if giving a nervous first year more time to prepare. No spell caused this. It simply happened. A testament to the magic of place, memory, and purpose. By the end of the war, the Express had earned a new nickname among students. The Red Sanctuary. In a world that had torn itself apart with ideology, blood, and betrayal, it remained a steel promise winding through moors and hills: you are not alone. You are going home. And the train never forgot. The station was noisier than usual. King's Cross, ever humming with Muggle chaos, seemed especially frantic on the morning of September 1st, 1991. Children shouted. Trolleys rattled. Steam hissed from iron beasts bound for far more ordinary destinations. The Great Hall buzzed with mundane movement, but not on platform 9 3/4. There, behind the concealed stone barrier, an ancient presence stirred. The Hogwarts Express, crimson and gleaming, waited with ageless patience. She, the train had, over the years, acquired the weight and warmth of identity, was more than bolts and enchantments. She remembered voices, feet pounding down corridors, the weight of trunks filled with spellbooks and secrets. She remembered the war. She remembered fire. But today, she felt something different. Something unfamiliar. a presence like a spark, barely restrained. Trembling magic, pure and raw, walked through the barrier and onto her platform. A boy, thin, pale, clad in oversized muggle clothes, dragging a trunk far too large for his frame. The train noticed him the way a tree might notice lightning approaching, drawn, uneasy, alert. Harry Potter. She didn't know his name, not yet. But she recognized what he carried. The boy looked around in awe, his green eyes wide with wonder. Behind him, a red-haired boy shouted something to his mother, and a moment later, a whole crowd of Weasleys spilled onto the platform like warmth and chaos in human form. Harry watched them, tentative, hesitant. The train watched him. It had seen orphaned children before. Seen the lonely, the proud, the terrified. But never one like this, scarred in ways deeper than the lightning bolt on his forehead. She could feel it. The echo of curses not entirely faded. A lingering darkness pressed into his very bones. When he stepped into the corridor of Carriage 5, the temperature adjusted by 1/2 degree. Subtle, just enough to ease the tension from his shoulders. Not magic cast, but magic remembered, a gift the train had learned to give. He walked slowly, staring at the polished wood, the enchanted windows, the compartment doors with golden handles. Behind him, the Weasley twins chattered. A girl with bushy brown hair asked if the trolley carried ginger newts. Somewhere, Thaddeus Thimble passed through a wall humming a cauldron full of hot, strong love. And then, "Can I sit here?" A red-haired boy, freckled and awkward, stood at Harry's compartment door. Harry hesitated. Sure. The Express, observing quietly, shivered with certainty. This mattered. As the train pulled away from the station, the gentle chug of her enchanted engine echoing through brick and mist, the journey began. Not just for the children, but for something far larger. The world shifted slightly on its axis. Inside the compartment, Harry and Ron Weasley fell into easy conversation. The train listened. They spoke of chocolate frogs and famous witches' cards. They compared hand-me-down robes and spellbooks, marveling at the unknown. When Hermione Granger entered later, eyes bright and voice quick, the train noted the rhythm change. Like a new harmony added to an old song. She was the kind of child who asked questions of the windows, who tried to trace the enchantments in the ceiling paneling. When Neville Longbottom wandered in, asking about a lost toad, the train offered a faint magical nudge, guiding him toward kindness, pushing their paths closer. It had done this for decades. Gently. Unseen. As the train crossed into Scotland, winding past locks and over enchanted viaducts, the Express allowed itself a rare indulgence. It remembered. It remembered James Potter and Sirius Black, laughing in Carriage 9. It remembered Lily Evans, reading aloud to a nervous first year beside her. It remembered Severus Snape, silent and fuming, staring out a window at clouds that mirrored his heart. It remembered Albus Dumbledore, once just a professor, sitting briefly in the front engine on a cold December night, his breath steaming with quiet thoughts. And now, here was Harry, a legacy child, a prophecy in motion. But still, just a boy, eating his first cauldron cake, laughing at a spell gone wrong, staring out the window in wonder. As dusk approached, the towers of Hogwarts crested the northern hills. The train whistled, not the usual note, but a softer tone, tuned precisely to the heart of the ancient wards guarding the castle. It was a greeting. A signal. Prepare. He is coming. Inside, the students leaned toward the windows, eyes wide. The Express slowed as it neared Hogsmeade Station. Lanterns lit themselves. A gentle heating charm bloomed through the carriages, warding off the Highland chill. When Harry stepped off the train, his boot touched the stone platform, and the magic of the castle reached for him. He didn't know it. Couldn't feel it. But the express did. As the doors closed and the train began its slow return to dormancy, she exhaled once, a plume of golden steam rising to the stars. A memory added itself to her metal bones. A boy with a scar. The one who came quietly and would change everything. A memory added itself to her metal bones. A boy with a scar. The one who came quietly and would change everything. But even as Harry's footsteps echoed off the stone platform, the express did not let go of the moment. She lingered in presence, her frame cooling, her magic dimming, her wheels slowly ceasing their roll. This pause, brief and unnoticed by students, was her private ritual. A holding of breath, of memory, of meaning. The platform emptied quickly. Luggage was whisked into enchanted carts. First years were guided by a half-giant who smelled of earth and kindness. The others marched toward carriages pulled by beasts not yet visible to their young eyes. And still the express watched. She felt it, the echo of prophecy clinging to Harry's robes like invisible mist. But prophecy was not her language. She dealt in moments, in weight and warmth and the unspoken language of transition. The first tears of a homesick 11-year-old. The breathless kiss behind a fogged window. The silence of loss carried on return trips after war. Harry's presence had added a new note to her song, a quiet thread of inevitability that hummed against her walls long after he was gone. In the engine room, the last of the glowing embers within the magical firebox dimmed. A faint echo of phoenix feather warmth faded to amber. The control panel runes slid into dormancy, their light sinking into the brass plates like fireflies retreating for the night. Outside, the mist deepened. The Hogwarts Express was alone again. But not lonely. Inside carriage 5, still scented faintly of treacle and peppermint, something curious occurred. A chocolate frog card, forgotten on the windowsill, began to flutter. Not from wind. From resonance. The portrait of Albus Dumbledore inside glanced up, as if he too had noticed the shift. His eyes met the train window. "Ah," he whispered. "So it's begun." And then he winked, yes, quite definitely winked. And vanished from the card, leave. The safe, flickering lanterns. And now, added to that vast tapestry of memory, a lonely boy's small smile as he shared his very first pumpkin pasty. A red-haired boy's eager talk of chess and family and spells he hadn't yet mastered. A girl's curious eyes cataloguing magic with awe and longing. A soft-spoken child who'd lost a toad and found, instead, connection. Small things. Beautiful things. That was how legends began. By midnight, the Express had tucked herself away in her hidden siding, miles beyond Hogsmeade, wrapped in fog and memory. Her tracks shimmered faintly, cooled by enchantment, encircled by wards so old their runes had grown into the trees. She slept. But not deeply. In her slumber, she dreamed. Of red steam and golden light. Of children laughing. Of a boy with a scar. And of the moment, inevitable and immense, when she would carry him again. Years from now. Wounded. Changed. But returning. She would carry him to battle. She would carry him to hope. She would carry them all. Because that was her promise. Her purpose. The Hogwarts Express did not just carry students. She carried generations. She carried the future. It had been 1 year since the Battle of Hogwarts. The castle had been rebuilt. The Forbidden Forest had healed. The Ministry had purged itself of corruption, slowly, painfully. But the scars remained. And yet, on the 1st of September, 1999, Platform 9 3/4 once again thrummed with life. The Hogwarts Express stood waiting, her paint freshly polished, her brass fittings glinting beneath morning sun. She whistled once, softly, like a sigh, and opened her doors. She was ready. Children swarmed the platform, some laughing, others weeping, some wide-eyed and clinging to parents' hands. New names. New houses. New fears. But the rhythm was familiar. Some, though, were not new. Among the crowd walked Professor Minerva McGonagall, clad in emerald green, her expression stern but softened by a rare smile. She paused at the train's engine, one hand brushing against its warm metal as though greeting an old friend. "You're still here," she whispered. The train gave a low hum in response. She turned as a voice rang out. "You're talking to it too, then?" Luna Lovegood, dreamy-eyed and now working with the Department of Magical Creatures, approached, a satchel of scrolls on one shoulder and a pair of charmed spectacles perched atop her head. "I believe it's semi-conscious," Luna said calmly, peering into the chimney with interest. "There are traces of ancient ley-bound runes I've never seen elsewhere. I think it runs on a combination of phoenix memory and ambient childlike wonder." McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "I was just saying hello." "Ah. Well. It remembers you." A special ceremony had been organized for this particular ride. The Ministry, eager to honor the centennial-plus legacy of the Hogwarts Express, had invited veterans, professors, and magical historians for a commemorative departure. Journalists milled about, snapping pictures. A plaque was unveiled on the platform's stone wall. "Steel and Memory, the Hogwarts Express, in honor of every journey, every child, and every future it carried." As the speeches began, the train herself remained silent, dignified. But within her core, something stirred, old magic vibrating like a heartbeat. She remembered. She remembered the cries of children in the 1940s. The laughter of pranksters in the 70s. The silence of fear in the early 90s. The sudden weight of absence when beloved names stopped appearing each September. She remembered Fred Weasley. She remembered Colin Creevey. She remembered Remus Lupin, once slouched in carriage 6, hand gripping a cane of silver-bound yew. And yet, she also remembered recovery. Neville Longbottom, now a professor, entered her compartment with confident strides. He sat in carriage 2, where he once cowered from Slytherins, and smiled at a nervous first year who couldn't stop asking questions. Hermione Granger boarded alongside Ron, now parents. Their daughter, Rose, peered out a window as the train gave a faint shudder of recognition. Even Harry Potter, quiet and weary, appeared at the edge of the platform. He didn't board. Not this year. But he placed a hand on the steel edge of the engine, eyes distant. He didn't speak aloud. He didn't have to. The train heard him all the same. Inside, the dining car had been restored to its original splendor, with gilded menus and floating lanterns. Thaddeus Thimble, ever faithful, appeared once to check compartments before fading back into the ether. The trolley witch sang quietly as she arranged her sweets. "I remember you all," she whispered. "You grew up here." As the whistle blew for departure, the Hogwarts Express began to move, not just with steam, but with purpose. Through the Highlands once more. Across bridges laced with magic. Past forests and rivers and ruins whispered about in textbooks and bedtime tales. Inside the compartments, children wrote letters home. They pressed noses to the glass. Some fought. Some cried. Some fell in love before the train reached Hogsmeade. And the Express absorbed it all. In her dreams that night, the train recalled everything. Evangeline Orford's hands in soot and parchment. The shouts of ministry officials debating tradition. The first click of wheels on enchanted rails. The fear of war. The joy of reunions. She dreamed of flames and frost, of flying letters and quiet revelations. She dreamed of every face, every year. And when dawn rose again, she knew she would keep dreaming, because that was her gift. The Hogwarts Express did not simply carry students. She carried stories. And stories, like magic, never truly end. And there you have it, the untold, canon-inspired tale of the Hogwarts Express, from its magical invention under secrecy, to ghostly encounters in the dining car, to the terrifying days of war, and finally, to its enduring legacy as a symbol of hope, memory, and generations of magical journeys. We learned how witches and wizards, desperate for safe transport in the early 1800s, transformed a Muggle steam engine into something alive with enchantment and purpose. We met visionaries like Evangeline Orford, spectral conductors like Thaddeus Thimble, and brave students like Elias Dawlish, all of whom shaped the Express into the icon it is today. But here's the thing, the Hogwarts Express doesn't just carry students. It carries stories. And if you've made it this far into this story, you're exactly the kind of person who wants to keep exploring the secrets of the wizarding world. We know the Express leaves from platform 9¾ But in what real-world year did J.K. Rowling first reveal the full backstory of the train on Pottermore? Drop your answer in the comments below. I'm watching for the clever ones. And hey, if you enjoyed riding along through the lore today, don't forget to subscribe for more magical deep dives. I've got plenty more where this came from, unsolved mysteries, magical inventions, character breakdowns, all the juicy bits buried in the books and beyond. If this ride through wizarding history gave you chills, you'll love the one where we crack open the mystery of Harry Potter's diary. That one's linked right here on the end screen.